top. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop. Born from the bottom and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop.
With your arm raised, yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Lost lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kisses. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Really trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it and it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's for real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you'd turn just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real.
in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake, got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting, like I bang choppers, boy I slang liners like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game, like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing, I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hear that it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And I rap it that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen the same, the toilet, the plumbing, I still come to smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going, you been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Stop us now. 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 Stop us now.
I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, yeah. Never gonna stop, baby, can't bring me down. To the top, on and never stopping till we succeed. We keep climbing up the ladder, can't bring me down. To the top I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, To the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Till I get what's mine. Yeah, to the top.
but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom, and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop. Born from the bottom, and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop.
With your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Boss lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kissing. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Really trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it, then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, putting blood, sweat, and tears. I die for this here, ball for life, that's for real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real.
in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us. Boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us. Boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions. We ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog. You watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake. Got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind. They trying to see us. That's imaginary. You done lost your mind. Sleeping on the squad. Don't fit no competition. Hold up. Slept on our greatness long enough. Now we gon' run a score up. We trying to see the trophy pass around. Confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang liners like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hear that it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast. Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on a checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message. Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen the same, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come and smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on.
Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Stop us now. 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 Stop us now.
I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Yeah, never gonna stop, baby. Can't bring me down. To the top, on and never stopping till we succeed. We keep climbing up the ladder. Can't bring me down. To the top I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, the top I climb. All the way to the top I climb. And I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Till I get what's mine. Yeah, to the top.
I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop. Born from the bottom and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop.
With your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Boss lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kiss. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be snipe bit, I don't really miss, really trick up.
But Rogue Warriors can't find anything.
The Nexus is exposed. Puff doesn't have enough mana to see this play through to the end, so they'll defend for now. And IG with a low time Kench. Are they going to do it?
Oh, they're going for the back door. In goes
No
Southwind.
way.
In goes Puff. What a way to end it all. Just going to find the Mordekaiser once again. 1v1 between the top laners. Chenlun. He's attacking the wrong monkey again. A nice dodge away. Bullet time across the team. Chenlun out of the death realm and into the grave. Now the rest of our LNG going to be backing away from this one. Xiaohu trying to get it. Ming flashes forward, misses everything. Empress Divide from Maple. Betty getting onto the backline in the meantime. He finds 2 for himself. Make it 3 as well. RNG ace LNG.
And just a reminder, you can crit on that.
Oh, Clement, what I care right
Never
now
mind.
is what Numi's going to do. Moonfall there, 3 members. In comes Chris to follow up as well. Puff flashes back though. Cleanses is still alive. Look at Puff, the new 80 carry. Does enough damage. That's 2, that's 3. Count it with me, ladies and gentlemen. That's Invictus Gaming.
So way ahead.
Yeah, Dredge line, Wink still hitting from the back here. Kingan not really in the fight kind of position. But there's the package right down the middle. Cryan has burnt everybody. Call it now. That's game over. IG saving the turret with the TP coming through. That's a Vayne without ulti, but it's a Shy way too deep. He's looking for Betty. Now might be in a bit of trouble. Flashes away, good condemned. Cleansed away by Betty as Puff is now joining the play. IG continuing forward. The kick onto 2 people. RNG trade back, but the Shy now has free access here. RNG get destroyed by this Vayne.
Here, this was beautiful. The turn onto Xiaohu was 100% the correct call here. You can burst out this Kassadin, who hasn't got the fully stacked Rod of Ages. He was only at 7 stacks coming into this fight and had only just finished the Archangel Staff. No Terrace Embrace to try and bring up that shield, and then he turns it. Easy as you like.
Very similar star power in people like Sword Art, people like...
Yeah, that's a flash forward. Angel is ticking down the Ignite, and that is a confident play.
And the Grog is
what are you doing here? This is so cheeky. Blast Cone and Peekaboo. Flash, Nautilus, Ignite, Dredgeline, Auto Attack. Junja gets 1v1 by the support of Vici. And we begin again. 6,000 health. EDG in front, 5,000, 4,000, Junja, the ult's going down, he's deleted. Jungler from EDG is dead. Call the Forge God now to re-engage. Well, look, Xiaohu incoming! It's the Castellan on top of them. Hope is trying to carry this one though. Can he turn it around for EDG? Ming trying to stop him, but he's free hitting. Look at Hope, look at Hope, look at Hope! He gets him! Xiaohu goes down into GA. Audi lives as well. The death grab, the fight forward. It's Hope and Audi. He's hitting the Orn so damn hard. EDG win the fight, and Hope, welcome to the LPL.
The last Hope play coming out from VG pays off huge. Zhao Wei looking for a quadra kill. The damage is going to be there. He has the death cap. Can he finish anyone off though? That's going to be the question. Bombs go on in. Maestro's going to go down. Forge is the next target. The Infernal Drake doing so much work as Zhao Wei making the plays. Zhao Peng is here to support his mid laner as well. iBoy dodges the bombs though.
He's running out of...
Oh, look at him chasing down. Oh my days, the triple kill for Zhao Wei.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you'd turn just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
季后赛的战场上，银龙为界，8强对弈。为兵者既闻钟鼓之声，见旌旗之列，何不奋勇向前，尽赴敌场？
班底虽新，配合依旧，过早离场未免无趣。我们的身体里 还有无限的能量。
兵棋尽移，竹子过河尽回头，不弃之人能否重回旧日辉煌？
求胜之路曲折漫长，披荆斩棘，未曾止步，清零过往的事，我们重新出发。
新老更替，临时重组，重炮强弩之下，怎样跨过楚河，直击腹地？
心怀希望，落子无悔。新一代的骑士早已做好洗礼的准备。
马踏斜日，成长总要经历。荆楚少年将碰壁停歇，亦或冲破万难。
尘埃汇聚，才有了发光的机会。别停下，我们的征途才刚刚开始。
居行坦途，前程似海，屡求不得，又该如何为自己证明？
冠军之志，每一步都绝非易事。从不瞻前顾后，大胆的去走我的路。
坐镇中军，慧眼识人方可为帅。辉煌过后，是否也会难做抉择？
诸将未定，时间会给出答案。再度涅槃又何妨？区区汉界，休想困住凤凰。
飞向开局，跨越原野，名列前茅仍有质疑，成为一流还差什么？
相信自己有能力，那么你就真的会有。蜕变过后，正是收获的季节。
将者智信仁勇严也，新生战绩，终点会是何方？
以步之遥，再临巅峰。这一次我们不容有失，落日之时，定会风轻云淡。
The landscape here in the LPL has already shifted up. We're into another semi-finals here today to find out who will be joining top esports in that grand final. I'm Mysterix, I'm joined by Dagda next to me here as always. And moving ahead, we've got another best of 5 series that we have to find out who's worthy to move on up.
And I am so excited for this series. I watched back that Spring 2019 finals this morning to get myself in the mood for this. My word, have I got the nerves going. The excitement is rolling, and I cannot wait to get in.
Playoffs already feel pretty damn good, right? We've had some 3-1s across the board. We've had the Game 4 consistently that has never gone further than that. But still, I reiterate, playoffs have been great so far.
And what a performance from so many of the teams that have made their way up into the top of the LPL. But Top Esports, as you can see on your screen, were able to take it over against IG yesterday in what was an immaculate performance from this roster.
This is going to be their first grand final. Today is about answering the question, who is going to join them out of JD Gaming or Fun Plus Phoenix? FPX, the world champions, versus JDG, who made the miracle run in 2019 spring, now find themselves in another semi-final against FPX yet again. And while we are talking about JDG moving into today, we look at this team as a bit of a surprise that held strong throughout the whole split.
Yeah, especially when they had 705 in the roster to start things off, but now with Zoom coming back, this team looks unstoppable, and it's FPX, the world champions, who look to have to knock them down.
JDG managed to find that second seed to finish off the season on top of FPX, who are third seed running into this matchup here. And going into JDG while we're talking about them, let's look at what makes this team tick and what the identity is. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Dumpling brother duo in Zoom and Yagao are finally reunited and back together looking great.
And with that, JDG have become one of the most explosive teams in the LPL, and it's why we call them the Mosh Pit. They're willing to fight at any given moment. And why would you when you have why wouldn't you when you have the Dumpling brothers in? Zoom showcases some of the best engages in the world, especially on the likes of Set and Ornn. And when you pair this with the Yagao's ability to find picks, you have one of the most deadly solo lane duos in League of Legends history.
To look, because last year they had this as well, but it wasn't as clean. So what cleaned up the mosh pit style that we talked about was Kanavi. Last year it was flawless, and Kanavi was in his shadow. He only played 10 individual games and the regional finals first round against Invictus Gaming, where they fell short in a best-of-5 series. Now Kanavi here, playing one of his best splits, has cleaned up his act and is looking like the best jungler in the league.
Yeah, you've nailed it, Asterix. Kanavi's the secret sauce to this Dumpling domination. Early top lane pressure is the speciality of the Spring Split MVP. With first bloods, first towers, getting Zoom ahead, this team will look to brute force objectives off of sheer willpower.
And when they group, yeah, right?
Yeah, and being bigger and stronger is how JDG like to dictate the pace of these team fights.
When they group, I was going to say, Dagda, sorry for interrupting you there.
Oh, good.
You look towards JDG and with these accelerated lanes and their ability to really coordinate these mosh pit fights, it feels like in a way it's a bit of a ballroom blitz in a sense. JDG grouped together and their communication seems to be swift and sure.
The difference for this split, though, is the way that Zoom and Yagao have been able to gain advantages through these side lanes. They use that tempo to group towards that mid lane and force objectives where they're even more heavily weighted in their favor. This is JDG taking on such a stronger level.
Just note as well that Zoom hasn't lost a single game since being on this roster as well. An 8-series win streak with the first 2 in week 1, then all the way to Zoom rejoining in week number 5 or 6. Now those 6 series in a row with no individual game drop. That excites me here, Dagda, because I feel like the power of Zoom is something we'll come back to a little bit later. But moving over to FPX, we've already seen their series against EDG, a 3-1 through the quarterfinals that nets them this position now. And I feel like we've been given a rare chance to hit on the top lane in Gimgoon because he felt like he had a big impact in fights as usual on the FPX side.
Gimgoon was amazing in their performance against EDG. And the reason we highlight that goal difference of 15 is because it doesn't matter how the lane goes for Gimgoon, it's in these team fights that he shines. It's not about backline disruption, it's backline destruction for Gimgoon. Picking apart EDG on the Aatrox, gutting them in the backlines, and even on this Poppy, he was able to send multiple members of EDG flying consistently and finding these victories for FPX.
Our global fans will remember that FPX would always play towards the bot side on the world stage. Gimgoon would be left on an island and he'd have to fend for himself. But like before, no matter what, he will come into these fights and he will be one of the best team fighting top laners here in the LPL.
His flanking is unmatched. The way Gimgoon has positioned himself to get into these fights is one of the most spectacular things about his performance.
Yep.
Constantly avoiding vision, getting into these positions where there's nowhere for the enemy team to run to, and it's where FPX have been able to pincer people consistently and find the skirmishes and team fight wins.
Now let's look at this matchup, folks, because FPX and JDG, it has been a bit of a path here towards the semi-finals. Remember, in 2019 spring, JDG made that miracle run, and they took down FPX in a best-of-5 full 5-game series, where JDG went on to go towards the finals against IG. This time around, similar position, and FPX are looking for that revenge.
And one of the bloodiest series I have watched in a long time.
Agree.
And I cannot wait to see them come into this series now today. I'll be expecting very similar things, as we already talked about. Team fighting is exactly where both these teams like to shine, but it's Zoom's engages like this that can define victories for JDG.
That game 5 where we saw the pocket picks come out, Gimgoon's Vladimir versus Zoom's Gangplank. And the Gangplank defined Zoom and defined him as one of the best top laners here in the league. He's now back, and he's going up against Gimgoon again, which has been such a big hiatus. They versed in the regular season, it was 7-05. Gimgoon versus Zoom. This is going to be the marquee matchup.
I know, it has been so long since we saw both these players face up against each other. 331 days since they've last faced. But it's two very different styles that we're seeing from these top laners. Zoom, heavy engage in the Ornn, in the set. Gimgoon, these flanking champions with Renekton, Aatrox, and Mordekaiser. We will see how these two can find their access in teamfights.
Since 2019 summer, by the way, that was week 1 when they first met up. So we haven't seen these top laners go head-to-head for a while. Now, they work very differently from each other, and I know that they also have very different pocket picks. We see the Poppy. We also see things like the GP for Zoom as well, which also note that Gimgoon does play GP as well, which is kind of funny how they all come together. But moving forward with our top laners in the highlight reel and how the jungle's going to influence them, we're going to see what everyone's going to be looking towards here in this series, Dagda. FPX versus JDG. Let's pull up those predictions, because I got to say, I'm right in the middle here. I don't know which way to go, because this looks like one of the most competitive playoff matches that we're going to have.
And it's so hard to call. When we look at the regular season tally for these two, it's all FPX favored. But when we look at the playoff tally for these two, it's all JDG favored. They beat them in summer 2018. They beat them in spring 2019 in that upset performance. And now we get to spring 2020 and we have to find who will be able to fight back and either keep their ball rolling or remove the streak from the board.
I love that because it's 3 series splits in a row where regular season FPX have taken down JDG, but FPX have never beat JDG in a playoff setting. So the odds stacked against them a bit. I'm going to sit on the question mark, ladies and gentlemen. I know you don't like fence sitters here, but coming into this series, I'm just so excited to watch this bit of League of Legends.
I'm with you. I literally flipped a coin to find out what my prediction was going to be. I cannot figure out who's going to win this. It ended up coming up FPX, but as you can see from the rest of the squad, we don't know. These are both unmatched or unrivaled in the way that they want to play their games, but also just JDG looks so much stronger than they did last year. FPX have been on an absolute tear. It's so difficult to separate these two right now.
I mean, you also, like, coming back to that, while we're talking top lane matchup, the jungle matchup makes me go, okay, who's going to show up better on the day, right? Kanavi has been the MVP of the split. Tien has had some really good jungle moments as well, and previous World's MVP.
Yeah.
That's right. So Kanavi versus Tien as well to dictate the pace is quite interesting. And I guess we do have to talk about Kanavi. I know we will be showcasing and also awarding the MVP to Kanavi for the 2020 Spring Split, picking out the, I think, the most well-deserved medal.
And don't forget, this is a little bit of a spicy one because he took that MVP award from Doinby. They were both matched on 13 MVP performances, and as Kanavi, you end up winning out on the vote. So now we get to see Doinby, a little bit of a gripe for himself to see if he can take back what he believes is rightfully his.
We get to hear from Zoom and Chris what their thoughts were towards the MVP for this split as well.
我们的卡纳维选手也是获得了常规赛 MVP。我觉得两边打野的相似之处就是操作都比较好，然后风格比较激进。不同之处就是小天比较喜欢帮队友取得优势，而我们比较喜欢帮卡纳维取得优势。
下一场比赛对阵 JDG 的话，我觉得比较需要注意的点就是他们打野选手卡纳维，因为在京东的比赛里面，就卡纳维承担的责任很大，然后他扮演的角色也很重要，所以我们需要针对一下他们打野的发挥进行限制，然后。如果做到的话，我们的比赛应该会简单很多。希望我们可以打出就是让大家不留遗憾的比赛吧，就打出我们的全部就可以了。
Interesting how Zoom talks about the different roles between junglers there. Kanavi with more carry role, Tien with the more supportive role in a sense. That's what it's been out of Kanavi, right? These carry, kindred performances to be specific to.
Well, look. Kanavi's early game performances are unmatched. His carry potential and the way he plays this early game is absolute domination.
Agreed.
Goes in with the likes of the Kindred. As you said, the Silas is his other most played. He's all about these early game picks, and it means that he's netted himself, 86% first blood participation for the side of JDG. He has a 280 gold lead at 15 minutes. Kanavi wants to take over early and get that snowball rolling for Zoom in the top side of
It's incredible how much he's improved this year. Like, coming into this split, he's been great from the get-go. Especially, week one with that long break, we see that same consistent performance, then working with a new top laner. Because for JDG, they were the best team after week one. Went on the break and thought, oh no, JDG is slipping a bit. But they find themselves here in the second seed position with a jungle who's improved so much, who again was in the shadow of someone like Flawless in 2019.
And I loved his ability to bring out different champions for all different scenarios. We want something that can invade early and get in the face of the enemy jungler. Right, we've got Nidalee, we've got these Olaf picks that can do that. If we want something that's a bit more of a carry orientated, that's where we bring out the Kindred. If we want a bit more of that early game domination, back towards the Rek'Sai. There's so many different facets to Kanavi's game, but it's still very heavily focused towards that top lane and trying to get that early game snowball going.
I like the early game domination discussion because you're going up against FPX here. FPX, who people in the past have seen have that domination themselves. We'll see. Zoom, Kanavi, Yagao, Loken and Lumao are your bottom lane duo. Now, we didn't talk too much about them, but we will walking into this game one. With Gimgoon in the top lane starting here. Tien, Doinby, LWX, and Chris, another known, bottom lane duo.
and I cannot wait to see how this game is going to turn out.
Let's go.
Now, coming into this, I want to address some things very quickly off the bat. When we look towards Zoom's champion pool, it has almost exclusively been Set, Ornn, and Mordekaiser.
Okay.
So that's why when we look towards FPX ban here, Set, Ornn, and only the Mordekaiser left open.
Waiting for that one to come through. Ladies and gentlemen, just as a side note as well, 10.7 Wukong and Fiddlesticks are banned here throughout the rest of playoffs. That includes finals. So moving forward here, we won't see any of those Wukong picks that, you know, in the past these teams have gone to, but you go towards the Mordekaiser here. JDG have already started banning away champions from Doinby.
And this is the focal point of FPX. When you look towards Doinby, it's trying to get control of the mid lane and roam towards these side lanes. Get the dives off. Taking away the Galio makes that a little bit harder to enact those dives at level 6. And Rumble has such aggressive pushing power, they're trying to limit that as well.
What specific bans to start this series? Syndra left to the wind, while we have a lot of AD carries that are usually banned away available.
And this is where you start to question, okay, what is the main picks for these squads? Is it the likes of the Aphelios? Is it the Varus? Is it that Kalista? But it looks like JDG have already started to go with the Varus. Now, Aphelios can work very well into this pick, but I would really like to see that Kalista Taric locked in here. LWX and Crisp, as of late, have not been getting a huge amount of attention from FPX. And that Kalista Taric allows them to get control of that bottom lane off of their own agency.
Kalista being looked at here. Also note that the Varus has been a takeaway from LWX in the past, so that's what JDG were aiming for as well. You've already seen the Kalista, you want to see the Taric, but in the past FPX with an early jungle pick instead. Let's see the direction.
And the funny thing is, where Tien usually tries to lock in something for himself along the lines of those Lee Sins in this first rotation, when we look towards JDG, it's usually Kanavi that's leaving his own jungle pick until that second rotation, until he gets a better idea of how these lanes are going to flex out, how a lot of the early game should play out, and then he'll decide. But over in the Graves here, we have seen this from Kanavi before, a 7 KDA on the champion, and now we get to see it once again.
Suits his playstyle, right? You talk about this Kindred pocket pick jungler in the past. Kindred's become meta, and he's also diversified out towards this Graves. We also see the Thresh from Lumao. So these two like to roam a lot together, and the Thresh moving with Mobies early can be a big threat.
Cast your eyes towards the top side of the map, though, because we haven't seen a top laner locked in for Zoom. They usually try and pick it up in this first rotation, and especially when the Mordekaiser's already locked in, we can go towards the likes of Zoom's Gangplank, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this banned away by FPX in this scenario.
Thumbs up in the air, Dagdy. You hit that nail on the head as we see the Nautilus coming through instead. They do not want to go. Hang on, pause. Doinby can pick this up mid, don't forget. Always get baited in, so this is a flex technically. But we'll see where it finally goes as we go on the second ban phase.
And especially when we haven't really seen what you get once to play in that mid lane, it's kind of preemptively saying, look, if you want to go for that blind LeBlanc pick, we can flex this Nautilus to the mid lane. He's got enough inherent tanky stats that he can survive relatively easy, and then still try to get these roams off with this Kalista in the bottom side and the Mordekaiser in the top lane, supplementing the DPS loss that you have off of the Nautilus mid lane.
It seems like they are targeting those solo lanes for now. It's going to be starting with the Jace here on FPX's ban list, while JDG transition over and start looking towards Tien's jungle list itself. Tien as well, let's not forget, this guy loves Lee Sin.
I would have expected to see a Lee Sin and Rek'Sai ban from JDG though. Kanavi's happy to just pick the likes of the Kindred into the Trundle, but I'm assuming here they're worried about FPX banning it away if they leave that Trundle pick open.
But you want to see another solo lane here, don't you, Dagda? What were you saying before? Nothing.
No ban. Okay.
Well, hello.
So that'll mix things up here. I still think, though...
a little bit.
So I still think, though, if I'm on Zoom over here, look, we're starting to see the potential for this really strong kiteback team. If you want to go towards the likes of a Corki mid or still get the LeBlanc towards Yigao, have this poke-style composition, go with the Gangplank, have that cannon barrage to slow and start that disengage. And it was actually something that they worked to great effect in... that we saw actually against RNG by EDG, where you can just kite back away from a team like FPX are trying to run here.
Well, that no ban has thrown me off a little bit. I'll see if I can get some more information there, but Tien's Lee Sin does get locked in the end. As JDG now, we have to find out who the solo laners are. You mentioned the LeBlanc before. You saw the graphic, ladies and gentlemen. 8-0, 30 KDA here on this big mid lane mage. Well, you talked about it into the matchup with the Mordekaiser. And Zoom's best champion in the past, Captain Jack Sparrow himself, is Zoom's GP.
And it does get locked in. Here we go. And for anyone who was watching the B-roll earlier on, that's the pick that we highlighted. It was Zoom's Gangplank that won that Game 5 in the Spring 2019 playoffs.
That's it.
And again, we'll have the opportunity here. Well, we talked about the poke comp that can come out from JDG. Zoe fits perfectly into that. Lethality Varus, Zoe in the mid lane, and you've got a lot of this damage that can come through from Graves as well.
A lot of the combos we've been seeing here in the LPL, whether it is the LeBlanc, whether it is the Zoe, the Corki works, but now you have triple 80 carry on the side of JDG, but it also fills up the magic damage that we're looking for in that mid lane. What is Doinby going to do, and is Chris taking this Nautilus as a support?
Again, flexibility here. Kassadin, if we do see locked in, there we go. So Doinby has not died a single time on this Kassadin over the 3 games that he has played it. This has become a bit of a Doinby special. Picked up a pentakill on it in the regular split as well. And when you're looking at a composition with the likes of JDG have here, where they want to try and set up for sieges and poke and have Zoom play off in these side lanes, having Doinby with the ability to farm up aggressively and play this slower play style against JDG could work in favor of FPX.
I mean, I look across the board and I see very similar drafts that each team would want, right? And in the past, what I've noticed is a lot of LPL teams just get what they want at times. And it's all about, you know, to cop out, execution. End of the day, Zoom getting GP, Yagao, who in the past has loved things like Zoe and Corki, one of his 2 most played champions. It fits the bill of how we're expecting JDG to perform here in this series.
And it's something we've seen from JDG before. They played a really strong poke composition against LGD, where we saw it was this Yuumi Ezra in the bottom lane. Again, you had a very strong comp that really struggled for LGD to get to grips with. The thing here, though, is if JDG start to fall behind, this is where they could find issues, because FPX have this Kassadin that will be looking towards that later game to snowball. You've also got to try and get these waves in your favor, and FPX will be doing their damnedest to stop that from happening.
You got to look at FPX. I mean, they were the favorites coming into playoffs here. They were the team we thought were going to be burst into the semifinals with IG on the other side. 3rd seed here for the world champions, while JDG surprised us going into 2nd and bring out this game 1. I'm excited to run it through in just a moment. As the Gyos come out, we enter Summoner's Rift, the semi-final here against JDG and FPX. Never before has the Fun Plus Phoenix defeated JDG in the playoff environment. They're looking to get revenge on 2019 Spring, where JDG made that miracle run into the grand final. And today we ask, is history going to repeat itself? As we welcome you to Summoner's Rift for game number 1.
Kanavi already getting access into the FPX jungle, gets a ward down to spot where TN would start, and I think this is really crucial for Kanavi coming into this game. We've talked about Kanavi wanting to play towards topside, getting that Zoom snowball rolling. Well, this time around it can be a little bit more difficult. You don't have the same gank setup that we've seen from JDG's top laner in the past. Not the set, not the Ornn, something that can provide CC. So instead, I think Kanavi this time around will be trying to play down towards that bottom side. Okay. Work with Loken and Lumao to see if they can disrupt LWX. LWX is the main mid-game carry for FPX. So if they can shut down LWX, our JDG will be in a great spot.
See, that's interesting because I look at FPX and a lot of global fans, again, be tuning in because this is the time to be watching LPL to decide who will be the best team here in Spring. And for FPX, a lot of people will remember that they were the 4 versus 2 diving team. They would look towards the bottom lane consistently, whether it's in the laning phase or outside of, to get LWX and Chris a safe time.
A lot of that comes off of the pressure Doinby was able to create mid. FPX usually run the likes of this double TP composition, but when you're on this Kassadin, it's a lot more difficult for you to get those roams off. So it will be on Tian instead to make those early game plays happen.
Okay, well, he's up towards topside now as we're going across multiple lanes looking at trading. Yagao took a bad trade through the mid lane, but he should be fine. He's got a refillable potion to take into that as well as biscuits. Also note that here in the LPL, we've been seeing a lot more lethal tempo Corki, which has often led to the Manamune. You can already see with the Sapphire Crystal starting off.
Yeah, so we've seen a couple of different things. The Halo Blades has been one that started to rise in popularity. Great for these early game trades where you can get those 3 shots off super quickly. But the lethal tempo is great in these later game fights. You get so much more attack speed off of it. And as you said, still running towards that Manamune build. Still could go in towards the Sheen build if you would like to. There is the option there for you, Go. But I'd imagine when you're trying to get a lot more of these rockets off in the poke scenario that we talked about, the siege capabilities of JDG, the Manamune makes the most sense just to keep that mana topped up.
I like that you use the word late game when we always think of Corki as that late game carry, but with lethal tempo we've seen in fights, especially from the side of, I believe it was Knight on his own Corki who's picked it up himself. As we look towards Tien, he's just clearing up the bottom side now. Chris went and had a peek at the blue buff to make sure Kanavi wasn't invading early on, but Kanavi's doing his own blue up towards the top side, and both junglers on opposite sides of the map, now looking for the scuttle in return.
So we will be trading scuttles here. Tian won't be wanting to go towards that top side, especially with where Zoom is pushed in that lane. It'll be Kanavi dominated on the top side of the map at the moment. Yigao looking to get this early TP off though. We'll see if there it is. The tears coming through. So nice start. He's looking to stack that up as soon as possible. And as we talked about, that's where the rocket barrage is going to come in from Yigao.
Consistent damage threat here alongside the other 2 ADs. I noticed that Loken, yeah, he's going Comet. We're going to see the lethality, as you talked about in Draft, Dagda. And you also talked about the trade of Scuttlecrab. That does enable Kanavi to start walking up top side. But Tien is here first.
So this is more to try and get vision on Tien and make sure that Zoom can continue to play aggressive. Zoom will be able to proc these Grasp of the Undyings underneath the tower onto Gimgoon. A couple of shots of parlay every time Gimgoon tries to CS. But Gimgoon now moving across.
Gimgoon is at half health though. That's what you have to note here. Yagao moving up. Has the shove in midway.
JDG looking to get control of this topside jungle. I love this. As he said, Zoom is where they like to put their attention and making sure he can have that great top lane punch.
Expecting the first fight in the bottom lane, Death Sentence dodge, but Loken hits the piercing arrow. That's what matters here. LWX at half health and JDG winning out on trades bottom as well, while the top lane is just going to settle down.
So this is pretty big for Kanavi because those Krugs are the most experience on the map for a jungler. Losing those over to Kanavi with his own Krug still available, Kanavi will start to slingshot ahead into the level 5 and then be able to fight Tien in an awful lot of situations, especially when Yagao will have push in mid. You can see Zoom is doing a great job to keep top in his favor as well. As I say that though, takes a not so happy trade for himself.
Definitely takes 2 to tango up in this top lane. Gimgoon falling behind in CS though, and Zoom's GP we haven't seen in so long is just on another level. This is his best champion by far, and he pulls this out usually in dire playoff situations. To see it in game 1 is an absolute blessing here on the side of JDG.
I want to talk a little bit about JDG though, because when I was looking at the research for this team and, you know, how do I get these stats that can back up what I want to say about JDG? I found out they're a bit of an anomaly. Because what happens is they play super heavily towards this top side, but they have the 4th lowest Rift Tower control in the LPL. They actually have the 2nd highest Dragon control in the LPL, but FPX have already started to steal that one away. You've got the push coming through from LWX and Crisp on the bottom side, so Tian is safe to move across to pick up this Dragon. And now we have to see a change and adaptation from JDG in this game to try and get the pressure that they create on the top side of the map to snowball into more objectives.
I think with JDG it's more about a feeling, right? I don't look towards stats for this team, I look towards how they play. Versus IG was a very good representation. Versus FPX during the season in the game they won was one of those as well, as the Mountain Dragon's going to go down to start off FPX, while Kanavi moving to top side. Doomby with a little bit of a check to see where that jungler is.
He did get spotted though. He hopped over the wall. Doimby thinks he's safe to push in here. There's the Rift Walk.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a bit of a limp if he gets slowed down. Lumao in the mid lane. He loves to roam this support. And once again, joining Kanavi here, but won't be able to connect on the level 6 Cassidy.
Yigao wasn't in lane, so just trying to see if they could burst out Doimby, but not having the damage to do so. Again, though, no objectives on the map right now, and a bit of a slower pace game than I expected to start things off.
But like coming back to the conversation, while we do have that time, for FPX as well, let's not forget, this is a World Championship roster of last year. It's still Gimgoon, Tian, Doomby, LWX and Chris, the people that you remember destroying Europe. I'm sorry, I can't help but laugh at that. 3-0 yet again, and defining their name. The World Championship squad who have still finished top 3 in the regular season. So while we are talking a lot about JDG in this early game, don't forget FPX we look towards them as this chaotic team that still pulls it all together.
And this is something that they've been messing about with in the spring split, is trying some of these later game carries for Doinby. And I'm liking that they're bringing it out in game number 1 here. Seeing if they can just hold off against JDG and have Doinby scale into this late game monster. Don't forget, Doinby is the big carry for this team. 30% of the team's damage rests on the mid lane.
And I mean, he's going alright in this mid lane for now, right, against the Corki. The matchup going pretty much even at this point with a small CS lead. While we look at that 1k gold lead already building up for JDG through bottom lane, through jungle, and also through that top lane CS advantage for the Gangplank. So this is JDG setting up for that mosh in the mid game with accelerated lanes.
I will have to see if that mosh pit does come through. Because right now, I mean, I'd like to keep Zoom in a side lane. I want him to continue to bully out Gimgoon. Oh, hang on though, Lumao.
Okay, Lumao was roaming around with his jungle going for the invade, but now might be caught out. Exhausted down with those LWX. There's the cannon barrage here, but Rend is still available. LWX uses it early and has to get out while Kanavi now split. The fade's call into LWX, or rather Loken. Crisp has to run away, so does that 80 carry. JDG are pretty much full health bar the support.
And now they can look to push in this bottom wave and try and get some of these turret plates in their favor. JDG are amazing at gaining advantages off of misplays or winning out in these skirmishes against the enemy team.
You can see there in that trade, doesn't feel like they had enough damage as well. Especially when Loken was sitting on the Serrated Dirk and now has the Umbral Glaive as his first item. In fact, pretty much first item of the game, alongside Yagal's now finished Man Immune. So, looking good once again for JDG. A lot burnt there for FPX's Kanavi. Now going to meet with Tien. Can't be stolen away. Kanavi hits 7 and walks out. Now with about a 20 CS lead.
And JDG have started to roam Loken and Lumao up towards this Rift Tower. They realize that, look, Dragon's already gone. We want to get the snowball rolling, especially with the composition that they have. Getting these early turrets is so favorable, allowing them to set up for sieges, giving Zoom some respite on these side lanes because of the pressure the other 4 are creating. So Rift Herald started for JDG.
Plus package here as well for Yagao. You can see Tien doesn't want to go anywhere near that, nor does the rest of FPX. So both objectives picked up here in the form of the Dragon and the first Rift Herald. And again, a complimentary start towards JDG, while LWX and Chris towards that turret plating in the bottom side are only going to be picking up about 320 gold. Kanavi just taking everything from both his own jungle and also Tien's.
And that's why Kanavi has been the Spring Split MVP. He is so dominant in controlling the early game.
Consistent, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't matter if it's playing through top side of the map where he's setting up Zoom, or in this different playstyle we've seen from as well, getting into the enemy jungle and disrupting everything that Tien wants to do because he's behind in CS, behind in levels. You can see level 6 on this Lee Sin to the level 8 of Kanavi.
I mean, Caulfield's Warhammer picked up on the return here for Tien, but Kanavi, we haven't seen him back for a bit. He's just clearing and clearing and clearing, taking everything at this point. So the compliments are rolling fast here for JDG. Also note that Zoom has his first item in the Trinity Force, with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds and Zoom's ulti on about 10 seconds left of cooldown.
If FPX try and set up for this Dragon, though, they will lose the ensuing fight.
Okay.
You've way too much poke coming through from Yagao, especially with that blue buff picked up, and also Loken, who has the Umbral Glaive completed. They'll just be free-firing onto everyone, and you don't have the best of engage tools on FPX. Gimgoon needs a flank, Doinby needs a flank, and Chris, with his flash down, can't flash hook or flash depth charge to guarantee something for FPX's side.
Feels like if one hook lands, in comes the arrow from Loken, and Yagao to follow the rest of that up. Plus Kanavi, who now has Warriors versus Tien with Caulfield's Warhammer. FPX is starting this. You can see in the top lane, Zoom preparing for the Cannon Barrage. Give you an STP as well.
Yeah, watch the poke though. Chris trying to position forward, but JDG, no, not wanting to commit. I thought we might have been able to see the Cannon Barrage come through, then the poke start to get working through Yagao and Loken, but didn't want to try and position forward there.
There is a Cloud Soul for a Cassidon.
Oh, no.
Holy dear Lord. JDG will need to stop that one, and at least a tempo here from the Rift Herald can do something about the game. It's going to be a dredge line, ultimate use, a 3-man knockup. LWX is holding strong with his support. Faith Call used for the re-engage as Tien now comes down with the Cannon Barrage to stop the push. That was a bit of collateral damage as well. Doomby is now diving on top of Yagao. Has enough mana, but Yagao safe at the inner turret. Oh, things heating up here in this game 1.
Bottom lane, though, is where we got to put our attention. JDG are looking to get this last turret down. Rift Arrow gone, though. A lot of bulwark stacks built up in that turret, which is why it's so slow.
Loken's trying to poke them out to get the turret, but not on this wave. Kanavi sticking around. They really want this turret. They really want to accelerate, and FPX are going to let them.
They will get it, and this is a little bit of a taste of the poke that's to come. Loken being able to get onto TN, LWX, and Crisp, none of them particularly tanky, and the turret will fall off of the damage provided from this Varus.
Now a 3k gold lead, despite all we saw here in the mid lane and the trades back and forth.
I want to look at what the hell happened mid, though.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yagao just out of nowhere nearly dies to Doinby, and yeah, you've got the Rod of Ages completed for Doinby, but he's only on 2 to 3 stacks right now. This shouldn't be the time when Doinby is able to fight against this Corki.
Definitely a replay needed. He's going tier as well, so we get an ultra mega late scaling version of the Kassadin. Also note that, ladies and gentlemen, you should know Doinby by now. You should know that he builds Righteous Glory on pretty much all of his mid lane champions, Kassadin included. So expect to see that this game, when this Kassadin is going to be going all in and all out.
Saw it on the Twisted Fate as well in their last series.
That
We've seen it on the Rise. It's a bit of a fan favorite
for Doinby. He played a lot of Rise in the EDG. Played 3 games of Rise, one of TF. Definitely got the version of Dark Technologies looking forward to for Doinby.
Again, though, let's look at how this game is starting to go. There's a 3,000 gold lead in favor of JDG off of those turrets, off of the farm that we're starting to see. At least come through in the top side of the map, and don't forget Gangplank as well will accelerate off of all the extra gold he gets from his passive. So Zoom, already a very big boy. The Triforce completed, working up towards the Essence Reaver. This bullying that's happening to Gimgoon that we haven't been able to focus on is starting to get a lot worse for the top lane.
I was just waiting to see that TP play again, Dagda from Zoom, as we look towards gold plating, and you can see GP with 320 of it. Zoom is now level 11, so the extra level of Cannon Barrage with Kanavi walking towards top side.
Can the back come through? It will be. Actually, he's going to stop it himself. So Kanavi's going to back away, but the thing that I want to highlight here is that as long as this top lane matchup is left in a vacuum, Zoom is going to continue to win out. And Tien wanted to get up here and try and help out in the early stages of the game, but Kanavi stealing away the Krogs, dictating the pace of this jungle matchup, has meant that FPX really haven't had the impact we expected from this early game well, not early game composition, but this early game focused team. And this is coming back to that Doinby lock-in of Kassadin in the mid lane. Because they've gone for a later focus, well, they're not able to have these dive potentials in the early stages.
Feels like he's being cheeky with it anyway. I don't think he cares that he's not the Kassadin Doinby. He's going to go forward as he pokes his head towards the side of the lane. Note that he's up 20 CS, but as we just saw, JDG picked up the mid lane turret. Bit more gold in their back pocket. And Zoom as well, still pushing ever so fast in this top side, while Doinby now moving to a side lane with Yagao and threatening him as usual.
This is classic Kassadin. Stick him in a side lane, let him farm up, get the experience by himself. So it would be Gimgoon and Doinby trying to enact this split push for the time being. And eventually when Doinby hits critical mass, he'll join in the fight, try and disrupt the back line, and prevent this siege potential being set up by JDG.
Bit of trading back and forth. I want to pull up something you said earlier on. You expected a bit more blood here in this series already. It's 15 minutes. We don't have our first blood at the semi-final. But I came in expecting a lot more of this. Calmer play where team mechanics were going to come into question. Doinby stop it. Where I watched Top Esports and IG yesterday, and even they were a bit calmer than expected until we got to Game 2, Game 3, and the fights started coming out left, right, and center. So this is a very different semi-final. This is going to be a lot more about the team interactions as a unit, especially when we're coming towards the Cloud Dragon in 20 seconds, and FPX already have 2 in their back pocket.
It's FPX and JDG feeling each other out. It's because we haven't seen JDG with Zoom play against FPX yet. Neither team has actually figured out exactly how the other plays. However, though, I like what Tien is doing here. Trading over this dragon in the bottom side because they know, okay, JDG have to stop us from getting to Soul Point. Sure. Well, we'll just trade that for an objective on the top side and try and crack open some of these turrets for ourselves.
At least getting some of that gold back to even to get this cast into a later game that's not blown out of proportion by JDG's early gold lead. But 10% cooldown reduction now given over to a GP, the Varus. Think about Kanavi's ultimate as well, plus Lumos. So there is a benefit here as Kanavi sees Doinby, but they're just going to walk away.
And it's incredibly important that Loken
Holy
can
moly.
pick up some of the CDR and the ultimate, because he's the main disengage alongside Lu Mao when Doinby's coming in, when Gimgoon's trying to come in on the flank.
Would you like to know what that says, Dagda?
I would.
11 CS a minute here at pre the 15-minute mark. Plus, he's 1,500 gold over Gimgoon. You can see it already by the level lead that we saw earlier in the lane, excuse me, but it's a big build for Zoom.
He's playing super smart in this top lane as well at the moment, realizing, look, Rift Herald has gone across. Chances are they want to make a play in the top side to get Gimgoon some gold back. So Doinby missing, Tian missing. I don't want to be in this top lane anymore. He backs right the way up.
Cannon Barrage going to be used here to clear out the wave. There's no objective that you're going to have to save it for, so they're still going to get rid of majority while Doinby sits here and he says, this gold's going to be mine. 300 in the back pocket of Cassidy, who's going to try and get the Rift Herald towards the inner.
But even though they didn't get the Rift Herald, JDG cracked open the bottom lane turret, they cracked open the mid lane turret, and now when Zoom does get back to this lane, he can look to put pressure onto that top side as well. So this is still JDG, even though we haven't had the scraps, pulling ahead further and further, slowly but surely.
Look really clean here in game one. It's a good sight here for JDG, and a very different feeling from what we saw from the 8th-seeded team in 2019 Spring that had Imp and Lu Mao as that bottom lane.
And it's very different to what we've seen from JDG with Zoom coming back into the roster. It's been Kanavi playing heavily towards top side to unlock Zoom on these big engaged champions like Ornn and Set, and have these incredible fights in the mid lane where he's flashing in, where he's getting these massive Call of the Forge gods for Zoom, but that's not this. JDG instead playing this smart, slow, macro game, adding another factor to why JDG have looked so potent this spring split.
People are essentially getting a bit of the LCK semi-finals here in the LPL, but I also want to note that if you're talking about Zoom, remember, this squad hasn't dropped a single game in the regular season when Zoom was on it. They had 705 for a bit, JDG took a couple of losses, but Zoom comes back, the 6 series winning streak to finish off the regular season. And against FPX, who at some point as well, Gimgoon had that same win streak over Khan, who we haven't seen in a while, by the way. So both these top laners bring that strength to the roster. And here in this game one, it seems like Zoom so far is edging over Gimgoon, but we haven't seen any fighting. So it does feel like we get towards that first fight where definitions are made throughout that lane.
And this is where it gets so much fun, Hysterics, because what happens is everyone's flashes up, everyone's summoner spells are still available, and when that first fight happens, it is absolutely nutty to try and figure out how everyone is going to outplay each other. Because that's where the LPL specialty is, in those outplays. And when you've got the caliber of players in this roster, or in both these rosters, Doinby, LWX, Loken, Yagao, Zoom, Kanavi, I cannot wait to see just how explosive these teams can.
Because, I mean, people are absorbing a lot of resources here. Yagao has the Manamune upgraded now. The Muramana, excuse me, had a brain fart. As Trinity Force alongside it. Doinby, all 10 stacks of the Rod of Ages, also getting close to the Seraph/Archangel staff.
And that's what I want to point out here, is that as this game is going later and there's not much fighting, well, Doinby's a big benefactor here. When he gets to that level 16 mark, we know what Cassidans can do. Well, JDG, yes, they're getting at least some of this gold in their favor, but we haven't seen them accelerate it massively. Now with the Baron up, maybe they can look to do just that.
Holy crap, this is such a different game. It's 20 minutes, we got no kill. Yesterday was IG Top Esports, and then we come to this, which is a very different pace of play altogether. We're watching farming for a while. We're at 21 minutes, no blood. I feel like I'm in a different region.
I already know what Twitch chat is like as well. I can already see Twitch chat in my head. Just,
Don't fall
that's
asleep.
all that's happening
Don't
right
you
now.
dare. Because to put it this way, though, the difference between the two regions, at least when we get towards fights, is that confidence in individuality, right? From every player across the roster. And we look towards these teams, how they're building up to this moment. Cloud Dragon, 30 seconds. You mentioned the Baron is up. At the very least, this fight is coming soon.
I feel a little bit like, though, I'm trying to show my friend this new movie, and I think it's hilarious, but
and
he's not laughing, and I'm like, no, don't worry, it gets good real soon, I swear, just wait for the next part, it gets good.
Dude,
this feels like what I'm doing.
On that note, I showed my friends the Three Amigos, and they didn't laugh.
Three
and that
Amigos?
is a great Three Amigos with Steve Martin. It's a great, it's like It's not a spaghetti western, but it's a really good movie. I recommend.
Me and Munchballs have actually got a list that we're creating now to watch in the off
Oh,
season.
yeah?
Yeah, you should come over. I think we've got a couple. Munch wants to watch Lord of the Rings because he's a massive nerd. But
well, I want to watch Pirates of the Caribbean because here comes the cannon barrage.
Never mind, we're outie.
No. We don't fight here in the LPL. Doombee's going to split push a turret, and Kanavi's like, let's get 20% cooldown reduction on our.
We got a chuckle out of our friend at that part, but that was about the extent of that one. But towers are still going down, so Doinby again getting more gold facilitated into him. 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages. The Archangel Staff has completed, not quite at the Seraph's Embrace, but still, this is Doinby very quickly accelerating towards that level 16. Now, of course, on the opposite side, we still have Zoom, who, of course, is another late-game carry. The reason I want to talk about Doinby a little bit more, though, is because it's the flank potential from this Cassidy is really going to hurt JDG. They need to have the vision control down to avoid these flank sides of Doinby.
So let's talk about that big fight, because we are setting up for the fight in front of Baron that everyone's kind of grouping towards. We are setting up for that one big fight that could just break the game and be done with it from there. Tell me how this works, because you've talked about Doomby a lot, his flank potential. We know what Mordekai's can do in a fight, as Chain's Corruption's going to land again. Is this finally a kill? Death Sentence coming through. I'm sorry, Dagda, maybe you don't have time. Yes, you do, because we don't fight here in the LPL. No, they're out.
Okay.
So tell me, bring me back and tell me how both of these teams are going to operate here moving into the late game.
So we talked already about JDG wanting to set up for these sieges. You got Yigel, Loken pushing in, Kanavi doing the good stuff with the wave clear, all that good jazz. But what FPX are trying to do is to gain vision control back on their own side of the jungle. It's why you can see a lot of those a little bit deeper wards on their side, so then they've got control, they can try and find these flanks and make JDG play a little bit slower, give more time over towards Doinby to get to that level 16 point. And if you've got a deep ward that JDG haven't found, a flank from either Gimgoon or Doinby could be disastrous for the JDG squad.
Okay, so we're looking towards those flanks. We know what Zoom's all about, setting up with the GP. I want to reiterate there, Doinby on the chase did burn the flash of Yagao. So if we're talking about this late game fight, that's not going to be up for another 3.5, 4 minutes. As it does seem to be the comparison here between Doomby and Yagao. Doomby with a bit of gold advantage here in this mid lane.
And that's what I wanted to draw your attention to, was we saw this early game lead starting to come up for JDG, but it's petered out at about the 4,000 mark. It's not going up, it's not going down, it's just staying as to where it is right now. And again, this is coming back to, well, they're finding it difficult to crack open these inner turrets. They haven't really been able to get vision control in their favor because they've got to worry about Crisp on a flank. Where the hell is Doinby? Is Gimgoon still in the side lane? So now JDG slowing this pace down, and FPX again playing towards this later stage, and that's where they want to play.
People are going to start thinking that LPL has lost its mind here if they see this game won.
No, that's just me.
They're globally going to be tuning in and being like, hang on, this ain't my LPL. It's Doomby in a side lane here against Zoom. That's his second round of 500 doubloons. So Zoom's going to get yet another upgrade. I have to point out, it's an Essence Reaver GP with Sterix Gauge now picked up. Zoom is going to one-shot LWX. Like, I have no doubt in my mind that if he gets the barrel set up, FPX is just gone.
But why one-shot LWX when you can one-shot the minions instead?
Oh.
You know? You know?
Like
I'm
that.
just saying.
Yagao with package. Oh, Dreadflying comes close, but of course not. 1 minute 50 until the next Dragon. JDG have controlled them so far, and now we're finally seeing a push through the mid lane. 4 members strong. Doomby off on the side of a flank. They're moving into this choke. Lumao goes to the death sentence. Doomby dodges away. Chain's Corruption used under turret. It's Gimgoon, who's now getting poked down as well. Kanavi runs in. Collateral damage doesn't finish him off. The ultimate from the GP was close, but Gimgoon survives, or JDG used that pressure to break closer towards the base.
And it's this step-by-step process. JDG ever inching forward. Flash for flash, though. Crisp takes a lot of damage.
Getting close, aren't we? Flash for flash, as you mentioned, for the Dredge liners. JDG still hold mid lane control, which means that Dragon is looking pretty good, while FPX going towards Baron River.
And FPX have a very quick Baron, so if JDG don't keep themselves in check here, might be in a bit of trouble.
Death sentence here is going to turn onto Lumao. Doomby's level 15, feeling confident on top of this fresh. Will we finally see blood? Doomby running away. Heal's going to be burnt as well. The poke to come through, and Loken is going to force the heal out of LWX.
We got summoner spells! We got summoner spells! We're getting closer!
We had 26 minutes without blood.
Let's go! Let's go! Summoner spells! That's the excitement you tune in for in the LPL. Sure. Now, I think still, though, we got to look at the Baron that is going to be coming up. LWX incredibly quick. Gimgoon going to be doing a lot of work as well on that Baron if FPX do get the chance. And FPX are a team that is not afraid from trying to sneak these objectives, especially when you've got Doinby and Gimgoon, who can very quickly find these flanking scenarios if JDG have to go in blind, and that's very much the situation that they're in at the moment. Only one ward in the Baron pit for JDG right now, and that means it could be very difficult for them if FPX try to rush this.
Teleport's going to be used. That's exciting too. Going to get the home guard movement speed here from Doinby, who seems like FPX want to contest this dragon. JDG have vision control so far and are positioning around the side of this brush. It's going to be Doinby who starts it off.
So both these teams now trying to get to soul points. So this is where now we might see them go for it, but FPX not really in the, well, now in a lot better of a flanking position. So JDG trying to get that poke, but
getting forced off, goes in for the steal, not taken away here as Chris is going to start with a depth charge onto Lumao. FPX are grouping in around the pit. Doinby starts off with the Realm Warp and Kanavi gets out. Where is the death that I was promised here? As we go to soul point for JDG, I think we're just going to have full build before people start dying.
I mean, it's a gentleman's agreement right now.
What the heck?
No.
I feel like I've been absolutely scammed. You know, the IG Top Esports series yesterday.
I mean, I don't know. I don't understand. JDG, look, they're the ones that want to try and kite away. That's why you've got the Thresh to help out Loken in escaping. Yageo's got his Valkyrie. Kanavi, you could see, did a great job of escaping out of the pit. But that's it. JDG are looking to escape, and FPX, when they're not able to get these flanks, can't stop them from getting away.
I guarantee to our audience this will not happen again, because this is game one, as you said earlier. It is about feeling each other out and kind of getting into the momentum of the series. And so you give them one game and you say, okay, we're going to start reading our opponent better moving forward in the series. And this time around, JDG have read FPX pretty well. They are in the 5k gold lead at this point. They have control with Soul Point coming up, with Baron sitting there under their vision control.
I feel like I've sold them this car, though, that I've told them is super reliable, it works great, and they get 20 minutes from where the dealership and it's broken down with half a wheel gone off, the front is all gone, the exhaust fell off just as they left the park. Like, this is not what I expected coming into this series at all. These are some of the bloodiest teams in the LPL. I mean, look, Kanavi has the highest first blood rate participation. JDG have one of the highest first tower rates. This is everything that I expected to see coming into this game. And even on the opposite side for FPX, they have the second highest first blood rate. They have 73% win rate after first tower. This is where I was expecting to see aggro, but there's been nothing.
But I feel like we are going to be building up towards something. You see JDG towards the top side here in front of the Baron. Kanavi, who's almost flame horizoning Tien. The GP in Zoom, who's almost doing the same to Gimgoon. They're feeling pretty good. 17 is his level. Zoom is running up now. Ward's getting dropped on down. Again, JDG have control in this topside river.
We'll have to see now if this will give the opportunity for FPX to find that flank that we were talking about. Doinby getting in as deep as possible. This is it, getting the control wards in place, seeing if he's been spotted out, trying to make sure that he can get into a position to get on towards Loken, stop Yagao from escaping, and chase them down with this level 16 Kassadin. That Riftwalk has an insanely low cooldown.
I mean, he's got 3 items versus the Corki. He's sitting on the Hex Drinker right now. You can see that Yagao is opting into that Infinity Edge next and just sitting on the Hex Drinker to give the MR.
And I know it sucks, but I kind of want to see JDG wait until that Infinity Edge is finished before they fight, because Yagao gets such a strong power spike off of that. But yeah, woo!
This has to be the longest game in LPL history without a kill.
Definitely.
For sure.
There is no way.
This definitely breaks the record. Chat, someone out there, go look it up as JDG. Oh my god, we're doing it.
What is... It's the PvE now taken to another level.
They're not here. They don't know.
Actually rush it down. Yeah, JDG just gets it.
I mean, Tien's coming in and it's gone. It is a PvE because Baron was taken without FPX being anywhere near it.
And now JDG can start to set up even better for this siege scenario, but mid lane turret trying to be answered by FPX.
I mean, can they find this? Everyone's coming in. Lumao looking for the hook. The Flay is there. Tien to secure, just being behind them. Mid lane turret does go down, but for the Baron, JDG win out again.
So this will, as we said, make JDG's split pushing really strong and siege really strong, but I haven't really seen a huge amount of anything coming out from both these squads. JDG have been doing a very good job of getting turrets. FPX have now answered. We're 4-4 at that point. So we're starting to see, look, 2 outer turrets remaining. This is where JDG are going to put their aggression to try and get these last structures down. And then when we get towards the inhibitor, we might see a bit of a scrap.
But I mean, we've seen what we talked about, right? Kanavi being the MVP jungler of the split over Tien has actually performed well. We saw earlier in the game towards the top side.
Well.
Yeah. That's what I said before, that we look towards the CS difference, and it's massive from Kanavi to Tien. Also note that Zoom's done the same. As we look in this bottom lane, he's just pushing. Level 18 GP. Gonna get the inner turret with the Baron buff. It is an 8k gold lead at 32 minutes without any kills going across. This is just both the best and worst League of Legends within one game.
Was it Sun Tzu's The Art of War that's like, don't fight your opponent if you don't have to? JDG have taken that to a new level. Now, though, maybe? No?
Okay. Doombee's coming over the wall. I mean, JDG might be caught out here. Sonic Wave is going to connect. Here comes the Realm Walk. Chains of Corruption. Doombee's in. Now, finally, the hook's going to come through as well. The Cannon Barrage on top. JDG behind the pit. Tien comes in as well. Doombee launched on. And the kill. Not secured just yet as Doombee goes Golden Faith. Will use on the back end as well. Gimgoon into the middle with the Death Realm on top of Kanavi. Flashes over the wall. The Cloud Soul secured here by LWX. And Gimgoon says enough is enough. The flash away from Kanavi. First blood. Secured on the back end, onto Crisp though, as Doom says, let me give you another. It's 2 kills for JDG.
And it's first blood at 33 minutes, which means you've got insanely long death timers. 50 seconds before Gimgoon comes back onto the map. Waves are pushing in favor of JDG. So yes, FPX got the Dragon, which puts them on sole point, but FPX or JDG even might be able to find something off the back of this.
I was looking for first blood. It must have been off of our screens with Corky finding it on Chris. So Yagao ends the misery here.
And this is where FPX, they're trying to fight, they're trying to use the advantages that they have, but a great hook from Lumao in the middle of that onto the Kassadin means that Doinby can't go aggressive, he can't get onto the squishier members of JDG, and they're able to turn, burst them, and force them out of the fight.
It's 2 kills with a 9k gold lead. This is insanity, but it complements JDG as to how clean they've really been. You saw Zoom in that last fight. He got set up. He put off his charges on his barrels. And suddenly this 4-item GP just burnt down FPX. So now in a very dire position here, even with Cloud Soul coming up. Looking towards Doomby, who's just running at them. That's what one Cloud will do. Now onto Yagao. Another. No, he can't take it. Yagao flashes away. Thank you for the Cannon Barrage from Zoom.
And again, super long death timers right now. This is not like the start when you see 3 kills go over. This is a 45 seconds before Doinby's back on the map. That's the key flanker that FPX need to defend against these sieges. So JDG now are grouping up in the mid. They want to crack the base.
On top of that, it's now a 10k gold lead just about here for JDG. Talk about grouping here. Even without the Baron buff, the strength is there. Their wave fast approaching. Yagao waiting for the package. He's got his dog biscuits, but does he have the teleport available? Might not even need it because Inhibitor's theirs.
TPing towards the top side, Yagao is going to push in this wave. They're going to crack open the tier 2. Try and push on towards that Inhibitor turret as well, but 10 seconds until Doinby's up means JDG won't get it as easily as that mid lane Inhibitor.
Yeah, we talked about flanks, we talked about FPX set up at this point. The game feels like it's over before it's even begun. We're going to have to see something amazing here from FPX as they look to defend their top turret as well. Kanavi's joining. TP behind.
It's Doinby.
Not spotted out. You talked about a flank dagger. Maybe we get to see it. Lumao's going in and he's low. Doomby behind him. Level 17 Kassadin has the ulti, but he's ducked away here. As JDG are trying to get away, but Lumao will die. More blood is good here. Tien jumps in. Doomby jumps out. FPX are not with this Kassadin just yet. So JDG will lose their first death of the game and walk away.
I wasn't sure if they were going to try and keep FPX here. You can see that mid lane turret was pushing in, but it's too dangerous after losing Lumao. That's their only real form of hard engagement after, or hard disengage even, after Loken's Chains of Corruption are down. So they're not feeling comfortable enough to have Doinby off on the flank with Gimgoon chasing them and Crisp.
36 minutes, 4 kills. Again, a quick reminder, Cloud Soul now, whoever gets the next Dragon will not only pick up the Cloud Soul for themselves, which if it's JDG, that's 40% with the Cloud Soul on someone like the Virus. Will stop because this was the one-on-one that turned into a thank you, GP.
And I expected Yagao to be able to turn around that much burst damage onto Doinby when he joined in this fight, but never actually really came out, wasn't able to lock down Doinby long enough to get these auto attacks and the Triforce into Infinity Edge procs, but just even the pressure Doinby exerts is enough to force JDG back there, which means the rest of FPX can kill Lou now.
Oh dear lord, Zoom is full build. Dagda, Zoom is full build. This GP's tanky as well. Adaptive Helm to finish off, and against Doinby and Gimgoon, they will do nothing to this man. Like, the build-up of similar damage and the similar spell is such a good itemization.
The thing here, though, is that when we look towards the likes of a 1-3-1, FPX will win out because Doinby against Yagao will go in favor of Doinby at this stage. Even though we got one trade that, yes, Doinby won, now that Doinby's hit level 18, he's almost full build himself, but JDG here starting up the Baron. There's the TP.
TP loves when you run into him as the death sentence comes through. The Fate's Call used to save his life, but now LWX is the target. The Cannon Barrage in the middle as well. But Yagao has been cornered away in the Death Realm. Gimgoon's got him as the AoE starts to come through. Gimgoon and Doinby have gone golden, but in the nick of time, Doinby has found himself into this fight. 4 versus 4. Bars are low. Yagao versus Chris. FPX won that.
JDG weren't able to kite back in the manner that they wanted. You say FPX won it, but both teams lost one. JDG restarting up this Baron.
But Doinby has Flash. It's a Kassadin at level 18. FPX are going to secure Cloud Soul here. They're low. Doinby poking his head in. Baron will be secured and Chains Corruption to zone away versus the Cloud Soul for FPX.
So FPX look to trade the Cloud Soul because Gimgoon has to back to deal with the super creeps that were in the base. So it'll be Baron for the Cloud Soul, and as you talked about, Doinby's going to be very happy to have picked up that Cloud Soul. But watch here, Yagao trying to back off with the depth charge on him. Doinby cuts off the retreat path, which is why JDG lose their mid laner. But the problem is, you've lost the support for FPX in the river, and once JDG start to kite back, you're running into the likes of Zoom Barrels, you're running into poke from Loken, Kanavi constantly DPSing as well, so FPX rightfully back away because they don't have any way to follow up onto JDG with crisp dead.
Zoom has 417 CS.
I know, this is ridiculous.
Holy, at 39 minutes, that ain't bad, huh? That ain't bad at all. As we reset in this game, Cloud Soul and the Baron was the comparison before. JDG holding that Baron. Not really on the map right now. Doinby now with 20% cooldown reduction on top of already the... Is he maxed out? He's 30%. What is he there? Can we see? The screen is very small. We can't see. But the assumption at this point is 50%. Plus the movement speed he gets with his ulti. Gonna come in handy. He's now looking for that flank again. Oh my god.
Yeah,
holy
he's gonna
moly.
be so fast.
This is a talent.
And there we go. This is him cutting off the retreat path of JDG again.
And Chris finds a good engage onto Loken. The 80 carry is the target. Doinby jumps on him. For FPX, this fight was winnable until Doinby has to go gold. He's been chunked out here. JDG have full health bars. They're running into FPX. No worries because this GP can't die and because they couldn't kill Loken. That seems to be it. A drawn out game where JDG never really lost control.
They were in control from start to finish, slow but deadly, taking out these turrets, amassing their lead, and now they get what they want.
All Doinby can do is try and stop this one, but Yagao's big as well. 5-1 and 3 to finish off. And what a peculiar game to start, but a dominant one from JDG.
It wasn't what we expected coming into this series, but JDG, slow, macro-orientated gameplay, punishing in the side lanes where you've got Zoom looking fantastic on this GP into the Mordekaiser matchup. You had the kite back potentials in these team fights, which is exactly what JDG needs to do. And you saw it in the last one, even when Doinby does come into the fights, well, JDG as a unit use the Cannon Barrage to force back the rest of FPX. They're kiting, turn onto Doinby, and then they're able to weather the storm of this engagement.
That was just not my LPL, but in the same sense from JDG, it was just clean play the whole time around. So I can't be too negative because at this point, seeing Zoom's GP as the same form as we remember it, where it was just throughout the laning phase, a pain to deal with, you have to say, well done to Zoom to start this game off.
I know, but back in my day, we used to count the kills in the LPL per minute, not per 10, and it does feel like we kind of cheated out a little bit. But still, I think JDG, good on them for finding a way to beat FPX and not even give them the opportunity to teamfight. Because when you've got a lead like that and you're picking off turrets, there's no reason for you in an awful lot of situations to fight. You fight to gain objectives, to gain barons, but JDG were picking them off without a fight, so there's no reason for them to try and take a fight and possibly have FPX turn it around.
It was always that trade, wasn't it? It was like this objective for this objective. In the early game, JDG got both, and then it was more the give and take that they were willing to accept. Props to Kanavi here in this first game because it was a jungle pathing that we saw up towards the top side where Tien couldn't either shadow or make something happen against Zoom. And so I think Kanavi, just clean play as usual. We talk about him being the best jungler in the LPL right now. That game starts you off for the expectations of this series.
And he shut down Tien so beautifully. Not only just getting that first Krugs in the top side of the map, but also then invading consistently, getting a lot of these creeps away from Tien, which meant that there was this level lead that ended up opening up. We are level 8 for Kanavi versus level 6 of Tien. And then you cannot gank as Tien because if Kanavi shows up, you instantly lose that trade. And that was the fear that was put into FPX and why they weren't comfortable trying to go for these super aggressive plays. And you can see there, Tien nearly as much damage as Crisp in that game.
I mean, damage in this game means absolutely nothing, right? Like, because this game wasn't about trading with anyone. It wasn't about these fights. It was about what you could achieve before your enemy could achieve it. And at this point, JDG got it all and took those last remaining fights and I guess started the late game. And we get to a point where that should be put in the history books because I think going into game 2 and 3, it's going to be a hell of a lot bloodier. I expect now there just to be this random flip where FPX go, okay guys, let's start going back to bottom lane. Let's actually start being proactive here in the early game and beat JDG before they can beat us.
And that will be the draft that changes. It'll be Doinby going back towards these more early to mid-game centric champions where he can push in the wave, can get the roam off, and then start playing League of Legends rather than this PvE that we saw for Doinby where it's just amassing gold, trying to get to the late game, and still not having the impact that he hoped.
You know what sucks here is because we're so focused on how long that game was without kills. Doinby died on Kassadin.
Oh yeah.
He died. He was undefeated.
Unkilled at over 3 games. Yeah.
He had a perfect KDA and Doinby lost it with the Kassadin. So apologize for missing that one. But that game, like nothing happened for a while. At least nothing very visually pleasing to our audience. But again, it's the LPL. We promise that there is going to be blood within this series. And it's going to be good to watch these two junglers face and the top laners face as well, right? Because Gimgoon versus Zoom, that was a small palate cleanser for what we're about to get, I believe.
I feel like Gimgoon just got cleansed by Zoom in that game. There's nothing you can do. You got to remove Scurvy there to keep yourself safe from the Death Realm. He's got way more poke. The Grasp of the Undying procs are coming in constantly with the Parlay. It's a horrible lane. Tien couldn't help out, and that was kind of it.
We got to a game where that was kind of it. A start for JDG nonetheless, though, in playoffs. And as usual against FPX, they're looking to take them down within this environment. That's only a taster. Remember, we go to game 2 after this. Right after this break. We'll see you then.
队友都开始往中路支援了。来，过来！哎呀，抓到了！这一波直接交点燃。
有贴膜盯了一下，这个道里面可能要被秒掉，闪现还没好。哇，这个时候又是 Rookie 啊！
哇 ，Rookie 这里在草里面找到了一波节奏。辛德拉其实在他非常强势的一段时间没有声音。
对，又是卡萨 Rookie 这边杀疯了。 我的天哪！
有皮肤的男人开始了，一勾勾到辛德拉，辛德拉被秒了。
哦，辛德拉直接被秒掉，被弗雷斯融化了，葛特这边还要追。这个老这边直接回家要补血了。
是的。但下路的高地怎么说？哎，没有回，没有回。辛德拉来到了正面，一推没有推到人，这里下路的高地肯定是保不住了。能不能留住人，把团开起来呢？
好手啊！这边要2层，这个老直接被秒了，这个拿到一个人头，
一换一，
反秒到了 Rookie， 在这边血量有点低，给一口救赎。 两边的 C 位最后一波互换，
会不会这个菲琉斯的一个发挥空间啊？
这边直接要点塔了吗？看一下泽帅这边被顶了一下，
这里很
电魔开大，这个赛这边也是被打成一个残血，大招
很高，
要换肉眼，
换掉一个，怎么说 能跑掉
马可能要撤了，泡芙这边闪现点下雷克赛的人头，但其他几个人的状态太差了，南风就挨了一下卡塔的输出，闪现2连，
杀掉吗？
这边剑魔要进场，泡芙这边的血量有点低了，被来个 Q3，
哎呦，闪现 Q，
闪现过来，这边要收割了一个大盾砸一下，南风又被一个 Q 能砸死，
小左位扭，
我一个 Q2 再加一个闪现。现在只能等待对方的一些走位失误，然后让 Rookie 来，
这一波拉到了，
闪现的，但这边杀太高，直接找那个双 C，
给到了杀不掉了，
这个狼还活着，哇，最后虽然被吸死了，但是1波1换3。对，
其实女警这一把是有舞台的，
女警这把就看她能不能 carry 了。
对，这把她至少不会是一个刮痧女警。这里一技能没有连到，哦呦，
这卡萨
踢2个了，过去直接把 Rookie 踢残了，这招闪现。
自己要死啊！
但是旁边过来，这里直接一个大招留住，但是有点危险。
这波感觉是一个大节奏。
大招给了出来，但是女塔的大也逼掉了 The Shy 的闪现，
拉回来巨魔
跑不掉了。
这里面受到巨魔，反手大招刮一下，南风的话必须有一个秒表。
哎，这个秒表能不能跑得掉呢？
一个夹色，这边ED太强了，ED里面要杀了，这边这个闪现，这个老直接闪现3杀，而这边The Shy也跑不掉。
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
A big start for JDG, a longer start here to the series where we got limited kills, but I'll tell you what, once the action came, it was clear that JDG were in control. And a big Game 1 start for them to run it through and continue their journey, try and make Grand Finals. This is Dagda, I'm Asterix, and you know what? show us the MVP, because that game, it was a very clean start for JDG, but Yagao in the end was one that capitalized and really hit it home.
Yeah, Yagao working very well in this team composition. We talked about the poke, we talked about the damage that could come out from this team, and Yagao exemplified that perfectly. Heaps of damage coming out from this Corki, and this beautiful 1v1 in the bottom lane as well.
I mean, this is like how tense the game was throughout, right? We're waiting for the big moment, and Doomby tried to showcase it. And then Yagao and the Dumpling Brothers, rather, with Zoom and Yagao, came through in the end.
You can see how quickly Yagao is capable of turning in these fights, just focusing down Doinby here, and then becomes the cleanup crew to take down FPX in this last fight.
Zoom and Yagao yet again there, just to highlight. So we've got JDG with the momentum swing here, the tempo behind them. FPX having lost, get side selection. They have gone for the blue side here, moving into game number 2. And I think that game, a lot of our draft was on the table earlier on. We had a very specific pick and ban phase, really highlighted towards both teams.
And it's interesting to see now for FPX coming into this pick and ban to actually opt towards the blue side. Historically, this split, they've been a red side favored team, looking for the counter pick for Doinby like we saw in this series. But now opting towards the blue, they're looking to try and solidify some of these bigger picks like the Set, the Callista, the likes of the Varus. That seems to be where they're focusing on this series.
Yeah, you look towards the Varus, LWX. People remember it Worlds in 2019 summer as well. So far, we've seen champion identities lined up with the identity of the player. Great example is Zoom on Gangplank. Yagao on his season Corki as well. We also saw people like Kanavi on like Graves, you know, like alongside the 80 carry junglers that Kanavi has always been playing.
Yeah, and I think that's where we are going to continue to see JDG put their strengths, is getting these comfort picks for the top laner for Zoom, where he's getting onto either the Gangplank, the Set, or the Ornn, the two that I'm waiting to see if he'll get his hands onto in this series as well. And then Kanavi's always going to have these crazy picks that he can bring out. The Graves has been a bit of a speciality between himself and Harrow and some of our other junglers, but still we get to see the Silas, the Kindred, some of these other ones coming out, and I'm expecting a lot of this to be the forefront of JDG's draft coming in.
What I've seen about the LPL is that we're moving more towards like not the regions of LCK, but remember in 10.7, LCK was picking up things like the Graves, right? They started shifting away from more of the Lee Sin. We are doing that here in the LPL as well, and we're getting to the point where Graves is becoming a bit of a priority and less of a speciality.
And especially for JDG as well, who have been starting to play more heavily towards these poke-style compositions, especially when you've got, say, Kanavi on the Graves here, who can do the finish-off damage with the collateral damage. You've also got him with this Kindred that can provide that safety in case you get engaged on. But we will have to see if they're going to go towards this style once again for JDG.
Well, you can't if Graves is banned away to start things off at the very least. But Kanavi always has more, as FPX on blue will be banning away the Callista. You mentioned the Varus before. Now that's like your 80 carry option.
Well, the Set is also open for Zoom in this scenario, so maybe we see Gimgoon take that up for himself on this first rotation, especially with Varus and that Callista gone. But it would mean Aphelios would go over towards Loken, but FPX want to put high priority on towards the 80 carry pick.
Put LWX in a good position here. Now for JDG, the reverse is what?
Well, I mean, Miss Fortune would make the most sense. She does very well as just your next tier when it comes towards the 80 carries, but also specifically against the Aphelios, the bullet time can force the Aphelios back, making it a little bit difficult when he does have these shorter range guns to get involved in the fights.
And I'll be thinking about what he wants to do here, but remember, you talked about the Set before that is rarely ever open at this point.
I think Set would make the most sense here. Zoom has looked absolutely fantastic on it. The Trundle, actually, as they do hover it, has been a very highly contested pick for a lot of our junglers, though. Kanavi has looked absolutely stellar on it. No real bad matchups for the Trundle. Lee Sin can cause a little bit of a gripe for him, but definitely still a strong jungle pick for Kanavi.
Well, Tien, he's played so much Lee Sin at this point, and you think, may as well. That would be a bit of disrespect, because this is Kanavi's pocket pick made a bit more global with Kindred running back into the meta.
I think it was more of a shout out there. So we will see the Lee Sin, at least in the early stages, can fight against this Trundle, but definitely as this game starts to go on, Trundle just becomes too beefy, especially when he gets access to that subjugated to level 6. That's when this lane matchup will start to go over in favor of Kanavi. Still though, a lot of support picks that can be available now for either of these sides, and still the top lane, the Mordekaiser, the Set. These are the two picks that I'm keeping my eyes on for Gimgoon and Zoom.
Well, you get the Thresh here from Chris, one of his best champions by far. Both these supports, actually, their Thresh is fantastic, but let's come back to that set conversation because JDG get what they want.
And I like this now from JDG because they can ban away the likes of Renekton. Some of these picks like the Aatrox that can do pretty well into this set. And it means now Zoom has been set up for success in this top lane. This is where we'll start to see JDG go back to their old tricks of Kanavi playing towards that top side and setting up for Zoom to take over the game with these fantastic engagements.
We definitely get more of that mosh coming through here in game number 2. FPX, though, they don't want to give the other hook champion over the side of Lumao. Lumao, one of the best roamers in the LPL, is not going to be enabled by Blitzcrank, while JDG are like, hey, we got to get rid of some top laners.
And it's not only that Lumao has been such a strong roaming, he's also had such a diversity of champions that we often see JDG leave his pick until the second rotation so he can figure out, hey, do we want to go for a Yuumi? Do we want to go for a Bard? Or even that Blitzcrank that has been banned away so often by FPX.
The Leona that he's played many, many times before. Actually, one of his most played champions up there with the Thresh. Well, now has to go down the tier list a little bit here. Lumao probably sad that Fiddlesticks is being remade and is the way it is. Lumao was our resident Fiddlesticks player.
Are you Lumao? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, he's going to say, okay, Nautilus instead, as quick pick there on the side of FPX.
And I'm surprised that JDG left this Renekton open. This was the first thing that came into my head, just because of how well he could have used the set matchup. Plus, it's been a Gimgoon favorite. It's his third most played champion. So this is where I'm expecting Gimgoon now to get one back over Zoom for that last game and have Gimgoon take over the top lane.
But now we've got an interesting mid lane matchup where we have a Ryze versus a Syndra. Yagal loves these spellcasters while Doumbé and Tien. This is the pairing that really won over the hearts and minds internationally. That in 2019 summer we saw a lot of. Doumbé's Ryze is iconic. Tien's Lee Sin is also iconic. And together, they can dive bot.
And that's what I expect in this game. Tien and Doumbé are the strongest mid-jungle duo in the LPL, and they love to get themselves rolling off of Doumbé's pressure into those dives. And when you have this Renekton in the top lane, that is the perfect setup for that opportunity. So I imagine that this is going to be where Doumbé and Tien are putting the pressure, getting Zoom behind, and not allowing this Kanavi and Zoom combo to get itself rolling.
We know as well that Tien, he'll spend his time a little bit mid here, freeing up Doumbé, because against the Syndra, hard to get free with all the wave clear that comes through, especially since Ryze kind of sent to the gutter for quite a while and does struggle in this early laning phase.
Yeah, I imagine that is where Tien is going to try and put his focus, and maybe that's the window that Kanavi needs to try and get something rolling elsewhere on the map. But that's the funny thing is that, like, when we look at this game, especially when you're looking at FPX in 2019, you never would have considered we wouldn't even touch on LWX and Crisp. But it's Loken, Lumao, Crisp, and LWX have been left in their own little bubble, and I don't think we'll be seeing much of that activity down towards the bottom lane.
Okay.
I want to start looking, though, at how FPX can start to win out once they, if they can get themselves rolling in this game. Doumbé off in the side lane alongside Gimgoon on this Renekton. They can then start this 1-3-1 split push.
We return to Summoner's Rift. A Game 1 win from JDG puts the momentum on them, while FPX are world champions. Down a game means they need to step it up here in the semi-finals. Who will be facing up against top esports? That decision being made here tonight as we return for Game 2.
So we already touched on FPX, this potential 1-3-1 into rotations from Doumbé thanks to his ultimate, or Gimgoon on the flank. However, though, when we look over at JDG, they have a fantastic mid-game composition where you can use the strengths of Kanavi on this Trundle, building up a lot of stats off that Subjugate, with Yagao and Loki hitting their strengths off of 1 to 2 items and try and punish anyone that gets caught out on the FPX side.
I mean, you look towards Yagao, look at this rune taken in lane, the Comet. He wants to be dominant while Doumbé goes back to phase rush here. Of course, we don't see Aftershock Rise anymore because of how hard it is to enable it through the rune prison, but Dagda, Kanavi, and Zoom see a Gimgoon. They're going to start this invade off onto the blue buff.
And now they can look to split the map. We talked Kanavi playing towards Zoom. Well, they're going to double down on that now. Kanavi steals away. Blue will wander over towards this Gromp. Yes, Tien will get the Wolves, but that's not what Kanavi really cares about.
And then we come back, and I know you're talking about topside here for Tien and how he can stop Kanavi is a bit of an engage down the bottom side. That's not going to mean much with 2 Aftershock supports. But Tien then, if he's towards the bottom side, if he's splitting the map himself, well, hello old style of FPX.
True, but Loken and Lumao are already kind of expecting this. They are letting the wave push into them. But again, that's where it can get a little bit dangerous when we do see these dives. But Hysterics, you were showing your apathetics a little bit. With Doinby being pushed in by Yagao, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for him to get access at these early levels to make the plays towards the bottom.
Especially when Trundle and Cinder is such an oppressive duo, right? Pillar goes up and you're put against a wall. And if done well, it's just like the Cinder has free access.
Gimgoon taking a really bad trade right now. Gimgoon will eventually get control of this lane where he has full access to his kit and he hits that level 4, level 5. But at this level 1, level 2, this lane is very Zoom dominated on this set. So Gimgoon unfortunately set a little bit behind, but can heal up as this goes on.
But watch Kanavi, he's coming towards his blue side. There's nothing there anymore. Grop here. Smite now comes down. Tien picks it up, but now he has to make the escape route. Does he have a ward available? Yes, he does. Wants to get over the wall. Good safeguard there before Lumao hops the anchor into it.
So Tien's made his roam down towards this bottom side. The problem here, though, is the wave is pushing in the bottom, so he can't try and contest for Scuttle. Now Tien is making this roam across towards mid to secure the top lane Scuttle for himself. So it could be that maybe Tien is able to pick up both, but will end up backing away as Yagao starts to fade in towards that top side brush, meaning that FPX know they've been spotted.
Rays have stopped up here as well. They've gone the other way with Gimgoon pushing out Zoom, but you know that Set has the HP regen in his kit. I want to come back though because Chris was roaming up as well, but a really well-placed ward from JDG to spot them out means Yagao can toy around with that in the mid lane. He continues pushing, and now that Kanavi's there, it's good times ahead.
And as Kanavi picks up the Scuttle, because of the roam from Crisp, Lumao and Loken can shove in. He gets one Scuttle, and it's actually going to be Kanavi who's able to pick up both of these Scuttles. So once again, Kanavi getting an early lead off of these jungle camps, and Tien being left on the back foot.
We'll have to see what he can do in this series because already we're looking more towards Kanavi and his performance that started off here in game number 1. He's up towards the top side yet again, going back to Tien's jungle just to go for the secondary split.
And this is what we saw in our little bit of video before the games, was why we talked about Kanavi being a carry versus Tien being more of a supportive role. Even though Tien plays these early game carries, he's more focused on trying to get his laners ahead, with Crisp and Tien roaming towards mid to try and set up for Doinby. But Kanavi's more focused on these jungle camps, and it's how he gets his leads. He's the highest CS as a jungler in the LPL, and he's got a 280 gold lead at 15 minutes on average.
And he's just making Tien run across the map. Tien wants to challenge and make sure that he can pick up some of his own camps, but he's left with the scraps. Kanavi picking up the Wolf camp in a CS lead, as you can see.
And now you've got the opportunity here for Kanavi to go down towards this bottom side of the map if he wants. Yagao has just backed and has the teleport available. They can try and make a play on the bottom side and then move in towards this dragon. Or they can do the JDG special, which is play towards Zoom.
Yeah. You're already thinking about it. Kanavi actually going to be heading towards mid. Pings are going down while Tien behind enemy lines taking Krugs himself. So we are going to be tracking the junglers for quite a lot here in this early game. And Doomby with that ward, enabling a bit more vision here for FPX.
He was looking to try and get a roam off towards topside there. Because Yagao had backed and then come into the lane again, that was the one opportunity Doinby had to shove in that wave. But now, where Yagao has come back into lane, shoving in himself, JDG feel comfortable in picking up the first dragon of the game.
Especially with Lumao and Loken just getting a bit of a push here and equalizing the bottom lane. So early start again here for JDG in the form of about 300 gold plus the Ocean Dragon to kick things off.
So nice start here for JDG. We're still seeing gold as all even at the moment. We aren't seeing the big diversity in CS numbers that we saw coming into game number 1. So we'll have to look and see now if this fighting is really what's going to crack open the lead for either of these teams.
I was going to say, the fact that Doomby even has a bit of CS, like the fact that Doomby is up there with Yagao is important. As okay, that's Dominus, and also the ultimate, the showstopper for Zoom, might stop the show for him in the top lane. He's going to flash away, and now Gimgoon says howdy.
And especially with Doinby roaming towards this topside, Zoom could be in trouble. Lumao is backed and roamed topside, though. This hasn't been spotted by FPX, so a dive could be a little bit precarious right now.
If he goes in to try, he will, though. There's, of course, that little bit of cheap vision, but now with the control ward down, Gimgoon says, okay, someone else is up here.
And there is a little trick you can do with control wards where if you click on them fast enough and hover them, you can see who placed them. So they will know that it's Lumao that has been spotted on this top side, so FPX will realize the numbers advantage is in favor of JDG, especially with just a minute towards Rift Herald. JDG would love to make a play on this top side.
Crisp has roamed up as well. Over the wall is Gimgun. He doesn't have Dominus. Realm Ward's going to come in, but Scatter the Weak here slows him down. Now some early fighting. 10 goes in as well. Doombeat flashes. They're looking for Kanavi, but first blood over to JDG. Now FPX without the man advantage are going to drop as well. Zooms this time is the one who says, JDG, go. Sick him. It's a crocodile we need to kill. And Lumao with a great dredge line will pick up his second kill of the game.
JDG do an amazing job to find success in that fight. And it all sparks off of Kanavi picking up those double scuttles in the early game. Gives him the level 6 advantage over Tien. So when FPX all jump on towards the Trundle, he's too tanky, too much regen. They can't finish off the troll. And JDG turn the fight.
But hang on. Crisp has flash available, but a great pillar as Kanavi picks up the blue buff as well. Again, flexing over Tien here in this series. Now with the 20 CS lead yet again.
So you can see here, everyone jumps on towards Trundle. Still level 5, but when that first kill comes through onto Doinby, ticks to level 6, then gets the level advantage to get the Subjugate, and that's what made such a big difference here. And Subjugate is incredibly strong when you can focus onto one target, which is exactly what JDG do here. No split calls, it's focus onto Doinby, get rid of the Rise, he's the main source of damage, and then they can turn onto Tien and Gimgun.
Zoom's face breaker there was legendary. That was great to watch. Picks up 3 people in the stun, remember, when you have an enemy on each side of that E ability. Means they stay in place, and stay in place FPX did, as they were stunned by JDG's early gameplay yet again. But this time with early kills, the momentum's already begun. It's a big 2k gold lead here at 8 minutes, and now Zoom started taking control back at this lane.
And the entirety of JDG are taking over. You can see bottom lane is pushing in aggressively. They want to start getting vision in this river for the dragon that's up in 2 minutes. And as well, Yagao picking up this blue buff will mean the pushing aggressively in this mid lane will start to go heavily in favor of JDG, and they again have more access to the map.
He'll be now moving up though after pushing in the mid wave. This is what we wanted to see, but can he execute anything up in that top side against Zoom, who doesn't have his flash available? It seems like no. He started walking and decided to go back as the wave wasn't in position.
Zoom is playing this really well, playing far back, realizing that Gimgun doesn't have his flash, so as long as he remains at a slice and dice range, there's no real aggression that can come through from FPX. Kanavi though, spotted on this bottom side, so instead, FPX will turn over towards this Rift Herald.
Scuttle for Scuttle, or rather big Scuttle in the form of Rift Herald here, started by Tien. Well, all that control comes through, and all the vision control towards that top side really enabled this. So at least FPX this time around are getting something, because it seemed like they've already been shut out by JDG, and they need something big to pull back this early game.
And the thing here is that JDG had already backed away, expecting to move towards this Rift Herald, but slightly too late to the play. So it means they don't have Loken in a position to push on towards this bottom side with Lumao when Chris roams up. So no turret place traded for this objective.
Okay, important to note. LWX is going to be sitting down here by himself. Aphelios singing it out with the wave. I'm looking towards time as Dagda. 30 seconds till this dragon coming up. Also note that the Rift Herald in the hands of Tien has often been placed down to start the dragon.
And if I'm FPX, I don't want to try and fight for this dragon. We're waiting for a later game scenario where Aphelios has picked up his crit items. You've got Doinby who's going to be working through a lot of his items as well. And that's when you'll see FPX be at their strongest. Right now, JDG with access to the bullet time, the unleashed power, they will quickly win out in these dragon fights.
That was blind. Yagao just knew that Doomby's going to be backing somewhere away. Stops his back. And now Dragon, no matter what they were thinking, is definitely going to be JDG's.
Especially with Zoom backing away, he's got the teleport available. Just started that Cutlass, or just finished that Cutlass even, so now JDG are starting to look towards Zoom in a more of a split push capacity. They want him to be able to fight against Gimgun. The first steps in that is getting this Blade of the Rune King, but this is a long road for Zoom to try and overcome, because this matchup doesn't really start to turn around until much later in the game. You're talking about that 25-minute mark.
But at least with that kill, he can get there sooner, right? We've already seen the Cutlass, as you mentioned there before, so we'll keep our eyes peeled towards the top lane builds, as Doomby is going to be TPing only back to wave. He's got the Rod of Ages now, so he'll start stacking that one away. And I guess if we're talking about Doomby, in game one, the Kassadin had its potential. It got to the late game point, but could never triumph over JDG. Here, this game seems a bit more stable, but yet again, we're at a point where JDG are controlling this early game, and we need to see what the Herald does to pull FPX back in.
Well, FPX have an easier job of trying to enact their game plan, but we are going to wait and see as TN is starting to make a play.
This is part of the game plan then, Dagda, as we
Definitely is. We talked about playing through Gimgoon on this top side, shutting down Zoom early, and that's what FPX are trying to do here.
At least to zone him away with turret blading going down. I mean, that's important. The solo lane is finding a bit of a lead. Yagao. He says, let's go towards the top side. Lumao and Kanavi slowly roaming up as well. Herald going to be dropped here. Yagao looking to poke them down, but turret almost goes down, but the plating, that's the important part here. But no first turret yet taken in the game.
But it's being traded by Kanavi in the mid lane, so Kanavi on this trundle will get a lot of resources for himself. But
a lot already.
It's more important that it's going towards Gimgoon and Doinby. These are the guys who really want to see starting to shine on FPX. So we talked about what the game plan from FPX is. Well, it is getting Gimgoon ahead, but also looking towards these flanks and team fights. And that's why I think this time around, FPX have an easier time to do so.
Okay.
When you don't have Zoom on this gangplank, you don't have this great kite back ability on JDG's end of things. They don't have the chains of corruption. Loken is not able to provide as much disengage. This is where FPX in a flanking position can do a lot more work, just because JDG can't get back as easily.
When we don't go to 40 minutes in the game where Zoom is a GP who's been farming for 40 straight minutes as well, I think is going to make a very different dynamic, especially for Gimgooners. We are just looking across the rift because turret plating, ladies and gentlemen, will be disappearing in 30 seconds. But I want you to keep your eyes on some important timers. We've got the third dragon and the rift element here this game as the mountain up in 2 minutes 30. FPX right now, obviously there's no priority over that, but they're hiding between vision, looking for Yagao, who puts down a good ward.
Will dodge away from the Sonic Wave, but Crisp is here.
They're going to flash forward. Yagao matches. Doomby wants to go at him.
Yagao faster with the flash than Doinby was with the Room Prison, so Yagao just about managing to escape, but you can see again FPX wanting to roam towards Doinby, get this guy unlocked. Super carry Doinby is how FPX have started to get their leads in so many scenarios, but hasn't been able to work so hot for them in this series.
You go through turret plating on the bottom of your screen as Realm War's going to come up. We don't have time for that because Dominus using the top lane. Showstopper is available for Zoom as well as Flash. He's trying to use it to get on out, but Doomby's not going to give him the pathway. Flash again, still available, but Zoom looking to turn this into a 1 versus 2. Gimgoon dodges it though. Nicely done here. He survives, and Doomby picks up his first kill.
Zoom tried to call it. He tried to figure out where Gimgoon was going to dice to, but unfortunately doesn't read him well enough. Now Doinby unlocked in the top lane, will picked up first turret for FPX.
250 gold in the back pocket. That first turret you mentioned, 500 gold. Now the difference here will be depending on if Loken can find this turret, which, yes, he will. So it'll kind of go back to 1,000 gold, but FPX is starting to claw their way back into this one. Keep resources, as you said before, Dagda, on the people they need.
And Doinby is calling on the world to ban away this Rise. This has been his pocket pick for so long. Haven't seen a huge amount of it in the spring split, but now coming into our playoffs, it is solidified win after win for FPX. Now Doinby, having gotten out of this mid lane, is helping Gimgoon in the top side. First tower goes down. Now he can start to have more activity around the map and see if he can again continue this streak forward for FPX.
Also, like I said in game one, the build that was started out of nowhere, where Doomby came on in, as you can see by that cloth armor, was the Righteous Glory third here on the Rise. Doomby is the person that made famous this big third item power spike that makes the Rise super fast here with the phase rush.
I think he's actually going towards Ninja Tabi with this cloth armor, but I don't fully agree with it. I'm going to hang on for one moment here.
Okay, I'm with you. I'll hang as well.
So I would actually prefer to see the Merc Threads in this scenario, not because there's as much CC, that's not really the big call, there's a good bit there, but it's more Kanavi will steal away those stats, so the use you get out of the Ninja Tabi isn't as high, and Doinby needs to run away from the CC.
But I'm going to have to interrupt you, Dagda, because a kick out here for Kanavi in the pit. Dragon is secured. The depth charge going to be used for a 3-man knockup. JDG still want to follow as the death sentence lands here. LWX poking them away, and Yagao looking over as Lumao flashes over the wall. Kanavi's going to be Sonic Wave, remember. No kick available. The Showstopper with the bullet time. The face breaker almost kills. LWX with the Comet survives. Oh my god, JDG are ruthless, and FPX are lucky they got out.
And that's the engages we talked about from Zoom. The facebreaker nearly takes down LWX. He will escape with just an inch of his life, but now JDG can get this mid lane turret, fall back towards that Rift Herald, although FPX will be looking to stomp their way back onto the map and refight for that objective.
Now that was the mosh pit, Dagda. That's what we're talking about, and the coordination in it is quite incredible to watch. So even though JDG don't find the kill, as you're also mentioning there, the push on the turret, however, not taken down just yet.
And it's JDG using their early game lead in that mosh pit to be bigger than FPX so they can bully them around. However, not quite big enough yet, FPX to escape. Now we look towards this Rift Herald with no showstopper available, no subjugate available for Navi. We'll have to see how they're going to face up.
Well, he's walking into River. Crisp is here. Death Sentence lands yet again. The box is down with the play. He flushes away as Doomby pokes him in. On the Rift Herald, it looks like FPX aren't going to get contested while Crisp is zoning them away. But Zoom coming in for a massive flank yet again. Facebreaker flushed away from him. He doesn't have his ulti. 200 years worth of shurikens into Kanavi on the backside. But FPX get the objective, and once again on low health bars, managed to get away.
They needed to find and engage onto a key carry like LWX or Doinby. JDG were trying to fight using the unleashed power from Yagao that was still available, but weren't quite able to do it.
I don't think we've seen that interaction before. No. I totally forgot. If she can do it with Heimerdinger turrets, why can't she do it with the Felios turrets? Yagao's probably sick of the champion as well.
I have never seen that interaction.
I have never met someone, like anyone in our gorgeous chat at the moment, that has said that a Felios does not feel like 200 years worth of pain and misery. But I'm going to drop it there. I know, like, I apologize. I do this a lot as JDG. This is good. Pushing the turret. They're now up by about 3,000 gold.
But it's going to extend more. I mean, Zoom's pushing in this top lane. You do have Gimgoon here to try and help, but the second he shows, JDG will go.
And he's locked up. Crisp is dead. Walking up to the turret, the disrespect. Okay.
And that's a... Oh,
hang on, we're going to have to pause here. Tien goes in, he wants to kick flash, but he can't manage to find it. On top of Loken, Scatter the Weak going to miss as well. They've found the support, as now Gimgoon is going to be running in as well on top of Yagao. It's 3 versus 4 in the mid lane, but they've peeled off. Doomby splashed in. A double kill for the Rise. Make it a triple from 0 to hero. Now for the 4-on-1 Rise.
Gimgoon makes the great call of sacking the top lane turret to get the fight in the mid. Now at Rift Herald, they can crack open this tier 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they push forward on towards the tier 2, but with the Baron up in 35 seconds, they want to back away, spend their gold, and make sure that they're on the map to make sure they're not losing the purple worm.
But we're at a point now at 19 minutes in the game where Doomby is fed. Doomby's absolutely fed. Talk about the Baron coming up. The Rift Herald hasn't gets another charge. Also reminds me of the other objective in the Dragon. It started with Chris just getting destroyed.
So look at everything JDG used in that engage though. You've got depth charge, bullet time, unleashed power gone. So FPX isn't worried about being burst out, so he's able to go in aggressively. Gimgoon, we talked about sacking that tower and roaming over. Fantastic call from Gimgoon. Sets up the rest of this play here, and no kite back for JDG in this game as easily. They're able to get picked off by the chasing members of FPX.
Even in skirmishes, right? We talked about Gimgoon being the, one of the better team fighting top laners. Oh, sorry, one of the best team fighting top laners here in the LPL. Also great at skirmishing, as you can see. They're good positioning from the top laner who, this time around, actually gets to play more League of Legends. Even being 0-1-3 here with the Black Cleaver versus that Blade of the Ruined King set as you're looking at them now on the side lane.
So let's talk about the 1-3-1. Oh, hang on, Zoom. Looking for a fight.
We're definitely talking about them. Dominic's going to be used into the wall for the showstopper. The slice and dice out of there. Ult for ult here.
Want to look at Doinby though. He's the big carry right now for FPX, and he's the one who's split pushing off in this top lane. So Gimgoon, yes, was bullied out by Zoom in that scenario, but still it's going to be Gimgoon favored for the moment.
We're going to the mid lane because TP, FPX say it's time to fight again. Gimgoon has home guards, but that ain't going to be a flank. Instead, 5 people are mid while Zoom's pushing. Zoom with no TP. Baron's on the menu.
Zoom has got to walk. He doesn't have the teleport up and available. FPX now trying to draw Zoom out of that bottom lane successfully. But as long as JDG can force FPX back, they can turn towards Dragon.
Death Sentence onto the support once again. He's going to use the stone play, but knocked on up. Crisp is dead once again, but is his life worth it? 4 versus 5 with Zoom now joining the play.
The difference here, though, is that Zoom is here for JDG's fight. It's 5 versus 4, which will turn it JDG favored. Now JDG can crack open this mid lane turret, but look at the pings. FPX are looking to call themselves and go towards Baron.
Did they walk over ward? I don't think so.
No.
Kim is moving back to the mid lane. There's 4 people, rather 3 here for FPX. Kanavi over the side's going to drop a ward at 6k. FPX need to back away from this one. Dormy really greeds it though, Scatter the Weak. Gonna get him to half health, but he survives. And almost gets punished hard.
Zoom is able to solo out this Dragon. Blade of the Rune King means he'll be, well, already going to be fine. It's not exactly tough for a top laner to take that down, but JDG do a good job of calling FPX, because a lot of teams don't realize when FPX is making one of these cheeky plays. JDG, though, got wise to it and will be able to get them away.
Kim wants to go over the wall here. Zoom, however, has control of this Dragon as a smite, so no way Jose. JDG 1 mountain away from Soul here in this game. While FPX finally reset, and after all is said and done, JDG now hold the cards in this game once again. We return to the mid lane.
And we said that this is when JDG are at their strongest, the 2-item point. You've got the Ludens and Oblivion Orb there for Yagao. You've got the Essence Reaver and the Infinity Edge for Loken. These are the main components that you want for this JDG mid-game team fight. So JDG looking to extend at the moment, but as long as FPX can keep these side lanes in check, make sure that Yagao and Zoom aren't able to properly join in to set up for the likes of Loken, well, then FPX can get to the late game where they can win out.
Let me reiterate as well, of course, but JDG go towards Soul point. We get to the point where, okay, if JDG can extend this mid-game of theirs that you talk so heavily about, then with that extra tankiness on members like the Trundle, the Set, the Nautilus, it's going to be pretty influential to find these fights and survive longer, just to be frank.
Especially for the likes of Zoom, who wants to try and get multiple haymakers off in these fights. He gets so much use out of these shields. We'll have to see, though, if he's going to be able to get to that stage, though, as you can see Kanavi and Yagao pushing in this top lane. They want to try and crack open these not inhibitor turrets, tier 2 towers, so then it's easier for them to get vision control for these objectives.
Look at the bottom wave. Doombee's just left the first wave and is pushing in this second one, as it's going to be crashing in 2 different areas here against Zoom.
And this is why we highlighted Doinby on the side lane pressure, because no one can deal with him right now. He's far too large. You've no magic resist on Zoom. Yagao has been completely, not bullied out, but unable to stop Doinby on these roams. And now Doinby can take over just on this side lane.
We're getting a comparison between him and Yagao here. This game, Sonya's Hourglass has been picked up, as you can see. So 3rd item there with the Merc Treads you wanted to see picked up alongside it. And normally this is a place where we'd see the Righteous Glory. And as Doomby has explained in the past, it's about that mid-game tempo swing. But he's gone for more scaling here in the Sonya's Hourglass itself.
And I would have loved for Yagao to go towards more scaling. Picking up the Morellonomicon delays the likes of that Rabadon's Death Cap. It means that he doesn't have the same burst potential I would have loved to see him go for, especially with the tanky and the health stats that Doinby has. Plus, when you look at LWX, if you can pick him off quickly and burst him out, it'll be a JDG favorite fight no matter what happens.
I wonder what happens here, though, because Doomby is going to be found out by Zoom, the showstopper used, but that's the whole combo.
Yeah.
Haymaker's going to be coming through shortly, but Doomby trying to cut this one out. Here it comes down the middle. He goes golden in the nick of time, though. Flashes away from the showstopper again. No! You can't face break what isn't dead. Doomby with the one-on-one.
And we expected this already, and now LWX pushing in this mid lane. JDG are starting to crumble under the pressure. Crispo in no man's land.
I mean, he's walking between Gimgoons near him, though, but the rest of FPX are coming in. He dodges away from the dredge line of Lumao. LWXT and all together. Box is going down. TP from Doomby. JDG have walked into this trap. The death sentence doesn't connect, but now Doomby. The trap is set for him for Yagao, but the kickback onto 3. Season 10 hits again. LWX moves into the middle. JDG are low. Kanavi trying to carry it with Lumao, but there's no more damage. All of a sudden, it's another triple and an FPX win in a fight.
Doinby moves in towards the fight, does sacrifice his life, but the unleashed power from Yagao went into the Rise, who was already going to be a non-factor with how low his health bar was. Meant that they couldn't get the burst onto LWX, couldn't stop Gimgoon from taking over that fight. And you can see here, Chris, with a great turnaround, baits JDG in right as the teleport comes down. And even though he doesn't get the hook onto Yagao, when that unleashed power is done for, who do you try and get the burst out onto now?
My God.
And Tien, again, fantastic performances on this Lee Sin. Bullet time interrupted by Gimgoon, and it was JDG with no top laner there for them, losing the 4v5.
Triple kill over to Tien, so well deserved from that 3-man kick. Oh, most played Lee Sin here in the split, and you can see why. I mean, we saw it on the world stage. He then got put up there when he won the World Championship last year as one of the best Lee Sins here in the world. And we are seeing the better side of Tien here in this series, in this second game against Kanavi as FPX. However, cannot get caught out in the mid lane. JDG still with a 1k gold lead. Still a Baron on the map and still a Soul to play towards. So if FPX want to take control of the second game, they have to find another big fight in front of this upcoming objective.
And if JDG can find a front-to-back fight here, it'd be pretty heavily in their favor. And that's why you can see them as this 5-man unit moving through. But FPX want to get on towards a flank.
Chris with a hook, Sonic Wave does connect, but Loom out, tanky enough with the Stone Plate still available.
So keep your eyes on Gimgoon here. He's going to try and get up and wrap around to get access into that backline. We talked about Gimgoon, his backline destruction. He can most certainly do that with the items he's picked up on this Renekton.
But he's spotted out on a ward here. Going to be clearing that one away as Dragon started up by JDG. Soul on the line. The Death Sentence connects onto Zoom. Lumao goes in. Is this the kill? Yes, one of his fortune. So now the Mountain Soul and the kill onto Tien. FPX with the numbers disadvantage. LWX tries to get the poke over the wall, but Lumao flashes on top of him. The Dark Passage to save the day. LWX getting zoned away. No Severum for you, sir. It's only severing the ties as Doomby to carry this fight back in a choke. 1 versus 4. I don't think so. The Rise big. But even as he goes golden, Yagal's waiting. Doomby will take one to the deathbed with him. But meanwhile, Loken makes the ace complete with our 3rd triple of this game too.
Loken was huge in that fight. Gets the bullet time off that tears through FPX's health bars, but also manages to flash forward, kills LWX, sets up the damage onto Doinby, and finishes off Crisp.
And suddenly, JDG have the wheels turning in their favor this game. Tien walking up towards the Baron. But JDG looking to reset, bait this one in, and go once again.
These fights are on a knife's edge. Yagel,
yoink,
not able to get it, but this is JDG playing their damnedest in these fights to take them all. And watch here. You can see Loken, this massive bullet time thanks to that depth charge. And although he moves away from Gimgoon, the damage has already been done. Crisp is incredibly low. Lu Mao flashing over onto LWX. Now watch Loken here. Flashing forward onto LWX, finishes off the Aphelios, and then with the CC chain that can come through from the rest of JDG, they're able to chase down onto Doinby. JDG played this fight so well.
You know that Drake meme, man? Loken on top of esports, nuh-uh. Loken on JDG, that's the one, baby, pointing straight towards him. 6-1 and 2, this is his game now against LWX. And again, for JDG, they have the gold lead, they have the momentum back in their swing. Baron sitting there, they have the Mountain Soul in their back pocket. They've got an Elder on the horizon as well. And for FPX, now it comes down to this.
A lot used in that last fight though. Flashes burned galore from Loken and Lumao. Still no flashes onto Kanavi Yagao. It's all about Zoom. Maybe he can find disengage if FPX are going to contest.
Spotted out with the Scrying Orb. TP going to be used here. That is Gimgoon coming in for the flank. Doomby in the mid-wave, moving himself. Baron getting low. FPX have to make the move. It's up to Tien for the steal. 2,700 is behind the pit they stand. JDG pull off the Baron. It resets a little, but they're going back. Damage still there. Sonic Wave keeps it from resetting again. Baron goes back up. The play stopped.
JDG can't contest or continue on towards the Baron because of Gimgoon's threat on the side lane. Flash nearly up as well for him, so they decide to back away. It will give FPX control of this vision. So JDG, teleport burned, and now Doinby with his own teleport can keep a lot of pressure on the side lane and allow FPX to play towards the Baron.
I guess when you're a Rise, you're an Aphelios, if you can pull JDG off that Baron, if you can keep this time going, then you find that fight with the Rise fully enabled. You find the Aphelios big 5-man ulti that we saw before in the trade topside.
This is what I love about Gimgoon though, consistently getting into these flank positions, creating pressure in these fights, and hard choices for the enemy team. And when JDG are trying to rush this, they've invested resources like that teleport into making this play happen. You need Gimgoon burning his own teleport to keep JDG in check and make sure that they're not pushing their advantage even further, as minuscule as a right is right now.
I just love that TPs on the top laners are in the exact same cooldown pretty much as well, right? We've also got Yagao and Doomby who are going to be synchronized when Yagao gets his TP up. And a game that's about the Dumpling Brother duo mixed with Loken now. Continues to go forward with 2 minutes on the Elder coming up.
Yagao will struggle in the side lane against Doinby though.
Okay.
Banshee's Veil completed for Doinby, so that initial burst isn't going to be anywhere near as heavy as you would like to. Compounded with that Seraph's Embrace, the shields, the Zonya's Hourglass, Yagao is going to lose out if he goes up 1v1 against Doinby. So JDG, you can see grouped as a 5-man unit, trying to force FPX to burn their own teleports and make sure that they can at least weather this tempo advantage that FPX have gained.
But you can see like the QSS from Loken as well, just to come back, as we see Loken really going against Crisp and Doomby's Rune Prison. And I bet you LWX versus Yagao, if Yagao ults him, he's pretty much dead. I bet he hates that, even with the Phantom Dancer, as Gimgoon is being a sneaky snake. The Croc wants to bring in the Magician.
And this is a play they can go for because you got Doinby's TP. 2 people committed to this bottom side. If they kill Yagao, will still allow for a 4v4 at the Baron. This is so smart by FPX, using the teleport advantage in their favor.
Doomby now shows himself. He talked about it. Yagao's going to back away from that wave. TP being used. JDG want to force this one, Dagda.
They're calling the bluff. Now you've got Doinby to use his teleport. Now JDG front to back fight once again.
But Gimgoon has to walk up. It is a 4 versus 5 until they get into the pit. 5k now. Gimgoon joins. All members are here. 3k. Aphelios in the back of it as well. Tien looking for the steal. They want a 50-50 into the pit. And he steals it. FPX with the Baron here. Zoom low in the pit wall. In, out goes Chris. Tien tries to escape. Flashes over for the Unleashed Power. Gets him 4 for 5. But FPX with Baron. And now going towards the Elder.
They don't have a jungler though, so they need to back away. Look at where the waves are for JDG though. Even though they've got the man advantage, they can't try and get anything on the map right now because of the wave state. So JDG will be able to push in and then look towards Elder Dragon, but Tien would not be up for this Elder.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I saw them going bot, and I'm like, oh boy, let's cake and eat it too, huh? Baron in hand, Elder spawning though. And we're still at that 1 fight capacity.
There's no unsealed spellbooks this game. This is just Kanavi with his smite. This should be JDG.
Loken with BT. Look at that shield, man. As Gimgoon around the backside here. Dragon is getting pushed on down. You can see LWX doesn't have his ulti available. Here comes one from Loken, though. That zones him away. Elder picked up by Jingdong Gaming.
It's only about 30 seconds difference between the Baron and the Elder buff, though. So the FPX will be able to use this Baron buff to slow down the advance of JDG. So it's going to make it very difficult for anything to be gained for JDG off of this Elder play. But you see here Tien on the Lee Sin, even with the level disadvantage, able to pick up the smite and get that Baron so crucially in favor of FPX.
Feels like a really early smite from Kanavi as well. So all that's said and done, the jungler who had a level disadvantage to pick it up there from Tien has put FPX, as you said, in a really good position as Realm Warp towards the turret. Bring the minions. It's a party at this inner.
Because JDG have committed to the bottom side. Doinby's trying to accelerate himself on this top lane to make this an uneven trade for JDG.
But with the Baron buff, you can see how quickly this Ryze pushes it. However, JDG with the pressure from Elder in their hand are going to keep going forward.
Doinby is back though. Zoom has his teleport available, so now JDG looking to try and use this Elder buff, but minions cleared out so easily by FPX. JDG can't do very much.
Zoom has the TP if this evolves into anything else. Ward put down. JDG, however, are going to keep the push up. They're waiting for the next wave.
JDG moving forward. Look at Lumeo trying to get in position for a hook. That's the
There
teleport to keep the minions alive. This is fantastic from JDG.
Okay, they're going to take the inhibitor and the inhibitor turret as well. Seems like this push just goes forward, and JDG are like, let's end. Okay, FPX still have the Baron buff available. This could be greedy. Kanavi gets boned out a little bit there. And the defense solid for now.
We are approaching that point where FPX can win team fights. JDG, this is incredibly risky. Doinby does a lot. LWX has got a bunch of crit in his kit right now.
It's funny, this is what happened during the regular season game number 1. JDG went too far and FPX punished them. First Nexus turret is going to drop down there. The bullet time doesn't really hit anyone. Off on the side, Tien finds himself into Yagao, but doesn't make the engage. Scatter the weak to zone out. And JDG know better this time around. They've learnt from their mistakes. They're going to back away after taking everything else.
They got the Nexus turret though, which is, they're not done. They're not done, Hysterics. They want more.
Okay, I think they're done. I think they're looking for FPX to walk around the corner.
So here we go. I like that they've got the Nexus turret here because what it does is create even more pressure on that bottom side. You can't have the Nexus turrets firing away in these super creeps and keeping your Nexus safe for a little bit longer. Now Gimgoon or Doinby will permanently need to be on this bottom side to deal with these super creeps. And although we don't have the likes of the Baron up for another 2 minutes, it'll still be that inhibitor down when that Baron spawns, with super creeps potentially pushing into the bottom side.
Still with JDG at this game, they still have the gold lead at this point as well, right? The Mountain Soul we talked about, the Elder now expiring, Baron coming up in 2 minutes, Elder in 3. So we put that timer on our clock once again. And FPX not out of this one just yet, but for JDG, things are looking good.
And look at the items that FPX have picked up right now. We talked about LWX nearly picking up his last item. He's started work on that one. You're looking towards Doinby as well, who's managed to hit full build.
Yep.
This rise is massive. So when JDG were building this pressure off of the mid-game spike that they had, now FPX, if they can find the fight in their favor where they can get a flank for Gimgoon and Doinby, JDG will be the ones in trouble.
Just note though that LWX isn't towards that last item himself where he would like to be here. For what seems to be the final fight coming up, where Loken with the BT has all items accounted for here. JDG hovering around Baron for now. Scuttlecrab has been secured by FPX. They're looking for the bait.
This is something JDG will do a lot. They'll pretend that they've gone over towards the Baron to get vision down and hide in this bush just off of mid lane. However, there's wards in the pit over towards Baron, so FPX will know that this is going to be happening. And even having that Scuttlecrab, JDG, you can't fool FPX.
Gives that time for LWX to get closer and closer to what seems to be a Mercurial Scimitar coming alongside the other items already completed. Has now the QSS.
Doinby has his teleport. Split pushing in this bottom lane.
True.
Nobody from JDG has their own teleport available, so Doinby's free to go for this. But JDG are just grouping to push. They calling it saying we can push faster on an inhibitor turret than Doinby can on a tier 2.
This happens every time Doinby's in a side lane and JDG say, we make the proactive call. Gimgoon's been spotted out on this flank here and the Death Sentence connects onto a minion instead. Inhibitor now exposed.
The good news for FPX, though, is they've shoved that minion wave fully in on the bottom side, so it'll be a long time before super creeps are knocking on the door of their Nexus. It's about buying time for FPX to fight for this Baron.
But now, with Baron here, started up by JDG and the ward denied, it's going down rapidly fast. Okay, we're going to bring 3 people in. That's not a good ulti from Doinby. There goes the jungle GA. Gimgoon's coming in now. They're at a disadvantage with the flash away already. And FPX are walking into this trap. Tien kicks him away while LWX gets space created. But they turn on Crisp. And FPX just send people in to die.
Doinby's ultimate was a death sentence. Now Yagao playing keep away with FPX, trying to stop them from backing, using the pressure of the super creeps in the bottom lane. But
there goes Baron.
There we go, JDG. Now you've got no inhibitor on the bottom side. Inhibitor without a tower in the mid lane. This is JDG stamping control once again.
And that's a move out of FPX we've seen during the regular season, where FPX, they had these games or 2 that looked a bit uncoordinated, where communication wasn't that world championship level of 2019.
I love that JDG are keeping Yagao and Lumao on the map here to make sure FPX can't turn and try and rush down this Elder Dragon. Now you've got a Baroned up JDG that are turning towards this Elder Dragon. It's a 1-2 combo that they can use to close out this game.
Okay, it's going to be started up here. The Mountain Sold Up team are drawing in FPX, everyone alive. Crisp not with the fight just yet.
Look at the super creeps though. JDG can just play with Elder while the super creeps are putting work onto the Nexus turrets of FPX.
They just let it reset. They're pulling in the inhibitor under fire. Someone has to go back and respond, and it's Gimgoon. And so now JDG say, let's start this up. Tien needs another steal here, but a scatter the weak from Yagao unleashed power. Tien goes golden, but meanwhile that'll be fine. The bullet time almost finishes him off as Dragon resets once again. Redemption coming in to heal them up, but over the wall the poke comes through. Kanavi has the flash. He still has 5, but there goes Tien. He wanted a steal, but again, Yagao just dictated that fight.
JDG play the mind game with FPX, making them force out the tough decisions, and unfortunately FPX, when it comes to the crunch, they fail.
Setting up for the barrel of a 2-0. Tien now 35 seconds till he comes back to Summon's Rift. They have a 4 versus 5. They're running at this one to end.
There's only a single Nexus turret. Why wouldn't you go for this Gimgoon with the flank for the last time?
They flash on in, it's Lumao to start off, and immediately Chris is deleted once again. The showstopper in the backline onto Duumbi, and he's not pumping out damage, so that's the win. They unleash the Dragon's Fury again with the second triple here over to Loken. He makes it a quadra, and they make that match point here against Fun Plus Phoenix.
JDG with their eyes on the prize. They don't even try and get the penta onto Tien with the respawn. They have bigger things in their vision, and it is putting themselves to 2-0 against FPX.
I mean, in the fury of that game, we moved very far
I know,
apart. But this is now match point against the world champions. The potential of getting knocked out in semi-finals for FPX is not good enough. But for JDG, claps all around, man, because this series is looking pretty easy for them.
And they've done it in 2 different ways. Game 1 was this pure macro-focused gameplay, taking turrets, using the pressure that they're able to create off of these poke champions. Game number 2 was, we're going to fight you with this mid-game focused composition, and they were winning out time and again, calling FPX into making these tough choices that they couldn't find their success.
In a series like this, every cog has to be turning, right? Yeah. Every player has to be on the same page and on point. There were times in that game where we explained that FPX didn't seem like they were as coordinated. So the earlier fights went really nicely, but then we got towards that Realm Warp behind Pit on a ward as well. That just kind of surprised the heck out of me. But then JDG, on that note, all the cogs were turning because individual performances out of Zoom, Yagao, Kanavi again, Lumao on Nautilus looked great, and Loken too.
But it's coming back to FPX not being able to play their style of game in this early stages. True. They're not getting Duumbi out and roaming. They're not going for these dives either top or bottom. We saw eventually Duumbi get out of lane, but the problem is at that stage, JDG had already got a 2,000 gold lead. FPX need to be setting the ball rolling a lot earlier, and JDG are doing a great job of denying that with Kanavi having control of this jungle, getting in, stealing away camps from Tien, making these gank plays happen. The double scuttle into that Rift Herald fight, even though getting those 2 scuttles you never really think will mean very much, really made the factor in Trundle hitting that level 6, turning that fight around, and again, the snowball coming through from JDG.
Because this is time to harp on FPX. This is not the World Championship squad. This is not the quality of 2019 FPX whatsoever. This is a much lower form, and a form that is now going to have to reverse sweep JDG, who look unstoppable in this series, who look ready to take us to a grand final where we have a brand new LPL champion. So one step away for JDG. Now it's about crossing that line.
And JDG have been unstoppable with this roster. This is now 18 games undefeated with Zoom in the team. JDG have been full stop, end of story, better than every team they've came up against. And once again, they're proving it against FPX.
They look even stronger than they did in their miracle run as 8th seed last year with Imp. And I've got to say, Loken filling the shoes of the original lineup bottom lane that came through. Remember, when QG turned into JDG, it was Loken and Lumao that were that bottom lane duo, now reunited. It's good to see that they're performing well. They're really syncing up nicely.
Especially when Loken was having struggles with his lane performance on top esports. Now coming into this where he's getting very little resources dedicated to him, himself and Lumao are just syncing up so well, and a lot of those issues we saw from Loken have been shored up, which is why JDG are able to play this style where they're so aggressive towards the top side of the map. They're finding success with the Dumpling brothers in Zoom and Yagao, and Kanavi, the secret sauce we talked about, has been the big factor for JDG in this series.
Thing that's holding it all together, and we saw down the bottom. I mean, that was a really good example on the bottom side. Lumao flashes over the wall, so does Zoom. They all collapse. They get in that mosh, and that's when they really look so potent. And I think this series is showing us that JDG regular season performance is translating to playoffs. And even though they lost against FPX in the regular season, you wouldn't think that's the case with the way they're going up
and the funny
against each
thing
other.
is, for when Zoom came back onto the JDG lineup, they averaged a 2,200 gold lead at 15 minutes. That has been almost exactly what we have seen in both of these series at the 15-minute mark. JDG have been doing a fantastic job of every single small advantage they get, exploding it to far bigger reaches.
You're looking towards the side of JDG on match point at the moment. Before we do go to a break, we have to look at how FPX bring this one back, Dagda, because things looking grim. Tien even on Lee Sin can't find the window. Doomby on his famous rise didn't have the same impact. They were just getting red.
I think it's time to go back to maybe some of the dark technologies, or at least something that will give Doinby control of this mid lane. So far, we haven't seen it. The Syndra's been picked up by Yagao, and the reason the likes of the Syndra is so strong, or even the likes of Zoe for Yagao is incredibly strong, is push advantage, consistently shoving in that wave. And it's funny to see that Doinby, even though he's got this massive champion pool, hasn't got the likes of Zoe in his kit. So with Yagao stealing away the Syndra, it feels like that push advantage so far this series has always been going in favor of JDG.
He does play Syndra though, so let's see what we come forward to, because 2-0 start here for JDG, on the verge of being 3-0 to the world champions. We'll see what happens going forward into game number 3.
提线能力太差了。
对，两路这个兵线，我觉得方 plus 可以利用兵线直接把 EDG 这一把运
想
营掉。
强行卡萨林带着炫光宝石，两个人无敌瞬间宝石和卡萨林被锤飞了，正面瞬间形成方 plus 一波多打少，剑魔首先倒在地上 ，Scott 切到后排，他想去找一个林伟强，能不能成功？他成功了，一个 Q2 连烧将其收掉，他被3个人所围住了，卡萨林能活下来吗？活不下来，日女要送他走了，后普哥也倒地。
谁是盲僧这样英雄开一个先手？
是。
不过这边方 plus 选择去抓一下下路鳄鱼，中路这边直接放出来了。
又是剑魔的一波落单，剑魔想去先找鳄鱼，但自己恐怕要率先被秒了。剑魔先被秒，盲僧也倒，推斯波往后拉一下，但是林伟强感觉也只能去撤回到泉水了。卡斯丁这里先叠自己的虚空步数。上面波比先去找杰杰的位置，不想让盲僧过来抢，一个大巴掌把他给拍飞了。这波龙看看啊，盲僧之内还有机会，700多，龙是谁的？来，从这波先行拿到一个大龙，你看位置还是不错。剑魔级先行倒在地上，宝石和瑞兹也打了一波互换，方 plus 又是一波追击之势。这波方 plus 动龙啊，同时坚毅风采打断了卡莉斯塔的滑步，女枪再收他的人头，3杀的女枪。
两边这一把打得非常运营，
倒下的一瞬间勾到了塔姆，塔姆被打中了一个助妹的被动，一个水银解掉控制，但是后面的控制有点解不太掉了，又交出一个闪现，甚至生死炸弹也给了他。旁边盲僧一踢过来一个 Scott 在人群当中开了一个金身，看看能不能走掉呢？交出一个闪现，但是剑魔跟闪现要去过来劈 Scott 拉开，进攻没能将其斩杀，但是维鲁斯穿心一剑将其带走。两边打了一波互换，这里方 plus 甚至这边还能再抛，杜云碧已经开始断后了。EDG 有点进退维谷的味道，他反手一打想去找杜云碧，杜云碧和赤天使的护盾，自己是比较肉的，塔姆再扛没扛住，回盾没开出来，但是卡莉斯塔已经倒在地上，盲僧再拿人头。没能勾到，已经在动了，所有人被堵在了里面，盲僧也进来，但是已经缺乏了直接的一个技能。维鲁斯想去抢盲僧，又是一个惩戒，成功的把这条龙给抢掉。盲僧自己开了一个金身，但是自己恐怕要直接死了吗？塔姆将他一吞，又把他吞了回来。卡莉萨吸回自己的辅助要吐出去吗？这是一个没有时间伪石板甲的辅助啊！吐出来之时，没有交一个闪现，金贡这可是到后排以1敌4，两边到了先打上单的一个情况。两边上单打了一波互换，正面是打了一波4v4，姐姐又顶在前面，吃了瑞兹一波控制，瑞兹拿到一波 double kill， 还能再追吗？他的大招还有5秒钟的时间，他们开始到一个后排，这个时候黄金站了出来，自己一个大招加近身，进军之强，但是没有办法，只能成就瑞兹那波 triple kill， 瑞兹还在输出，再杀一个 quadra kill， 又没有5杀，所有人给他人头，让人头 penta kill， 遍体疮痍有痛饮，血痕残酒满争议啊！
watch you while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
Match point here for JD Gaming, facing up against the world champions, and FPX are not having a good time within this semi-final. I'll tell you what, as we go to game number 3 to see what the outcome's going to be. I'm Mysterix, I'm joined by Dagda here, and well played to Loken, sir, because Loken's going to be MVP of game number 2. And I'm going to say, you don't rarely give this AD carry MVPs, but this time he definitely deserved it.
The bullet times were on point. His flashing aggressively in team fights was amazing as well. Loken just looked absolutely unstoppable in these fights, and a well-earned MVP. 11 kills for the AD carry.
Really well set up, and the whole of JDG were firing alongside him here in this game. And here in this series, it has been JDG favored all up until this point. We need to see FPX actually stamp their mark here. Otherwise, they're going to fall to the wayside, and people are going to start saying that, well, FPX are no longer the best team here in the LPL.
Well, I mean, it's definitely been put into contention right now by JDG. They're finding all the weaknesses that FPX have shown throughout the regular split, where if they're not able to enable Doinby, well, what happens to this team? The dive potential falls apart. That early control that FPX have been renowned for, even from 2019, just isn't there for them. And now we've got to look and say, hey, well, if you can't get these aggressive pushing mid laners for Doinby, what he's going to do.
It's super funny because I was looking at Twitter through our break, and I noticed Frostgren talking about, you know, Yagao being the one to replace Doinby. Because Yagao came in, Doinby left the roster, and he's going up against, I guess, the, what do you call it, not predecessor, the...
Well, next in line.
Next in line. I like that one there, but at least like the history between these two teams, and Doinby once upon a time being on...
How did I forget that for so long?
That's alright, that's my fault. But, you know, Doinby used to be on JDG, right? Doinby used to be on QG Reapers, so you'd look towards this team and you say, well, confrontation is here, and Doomby won't be happy about it.
And Doimby's getting kicked on all sides, because don't forget, Kanavi stole away that MVP from him as well. They were both on 13 MVP performances, but it was the vote that went Kanavi's way. Kanavi has looked like he's had far more impact in this series than Doimby has. And now there's the potential with JD on 2-0 to kick FPX out of this spring split contention.
Now remember, losing team from the previous game gets side selection. FPX have chosen blue here once again for Game 3, and you look a bit perplexed, though.
But that's because they've always opted for red side when they've lost them throughout the regular split, and the reason for that is the counter pick for Doimby. And when we're talking so heavily about FPX not having control of the mid lane, Tian is falling behind as a result, I want to see the counter pick for Doimby, but it hasn't been coming through. And even in game number 1, where they did have that counter pick, they end up going with the Cassidy, which gave over the mid lane control anyway.
Very, very true. So far, FPX, I mean, if you're coming back on this blue side, we know what to expect. We know the 80 carry pool is one that's going to be looked at pretty serious here to start the game off.
Yeah, most certainly. I think you've already seen a little touch of that where the Varus has been banned away. The Felios did get through this time around, but I think as well, even looking towards that top lane is going to be a big one, because now the set has come out for Zoom. The great engages that we talked about, the setup for Loken in these team fights was there. And I think you've really got to try and get this ball rolling for FPX in the early stage. JDG, when they get ahead, have a near, 87% win rate when they're ahead of 15 minutes. So FPX giving over this much early game dominance to JDG just fits right into what they want.
You can see straight away they're like, we're not going to give the Graves, we're not going to give Zoom his Ornn, and we're not going to give Loken his Kalista. So big priorities here for FPX to deny. Well, that Aphelios you talked about is open, but FPX are taking a different pathway here into Game 3.
Means though JDG can take the Aphelios, they can take the set here, and you've still got a similar scenario where this fantastic front to back style team fight can come out, or even if Zoom wants to go for more of a flanky scenario, it doesn't matter. It's his engages that set up JDG for success.
So wouldn't be surprised if here Kanavi says, all right, let's get an early jungler, right? We still haven't seen his Kindred, which in the past has been a second pick hit for the best jungler in the league.
I'd rather see the set. I don't think there's a high priority here to take your jungler. You can still lock it in that third rotation, but it looks like they might be still opting towards that. Means that you'll more than likely see the likes of a support pick in that third slot. So it'll be Zoom being left towards those later stages potentially for his pick to be locked in.
Now last year when Kanavi played, I love that flashback. It was when we saw Flawless on this roster, when we saw Kanavi come in for a couple of games. He was the Karthus player from time to time, but going back to the Lee Sin pleases me a little bit more, as it's like we've swapped here. FPX going towards a misfortune bottom lane this time. Does that mean we get Thresh here, Dagda?
I'd imagine it could even be the Nautilus. I think that's such a potent combo, especially when you can toss that depth charge on towards the likes of this Aphelios. Makes him a lot more vulnerable in these fights.
Okay.
But they could also... Okay, well, they're going to go with the Nautilus, so I'll hold on the rest of my point. Makes most sense here.
I mean, you said the Nautilus. I agree with you. The potent combo here built up by the FPX bottom lane. Again, remember, this can be flexed to Doomby in the mid lane, as we've all seen on the world stage.
So, set is going to be locked in here for Zoom. This is a bit of an issue, though, for the bottom lane, because what you're going to end up seeing more than likely from FPX is a lot of these supports that can enable the Aphelios to reposition them in fights or even keep them safe, like the Braum, the Thresh, banned away by FPX. You could see a Tam Kench potentially come in for Lu Mao here to try and dissuade that problem.
Also remember that Lu Mao is one of the few people that actually can play set support. So this has been picked up before, and we do see the Omni Stone coming through, but we'll pause on that just like we will on the Nautilus on the FPX side. Let's progress forward, because in the second ban phase, I expect these solo lanes to start get targeting, as we saw in both games.
I'm curious to see now if JDG are going to swap it up, if it will still be the Mordekaiser ban here, or if they'll go towards that Renekton instead for Gimgoon. I felt like the Renekton was giving them a little bit more trouble, and potentially when we're still seeing Doimby opening up his mid pool, maybe getting this pushing mid laner for themselves. If they can set up for those terror dives on towards the likes of Zoom, it could be a lot more difficult for JDG to operate in this early game.
With the way that Lu Mao's been roaming, on your note, very well done. You see the Renekton getting banned away here. On the note of Lu Mao roaming, you can see that like the Thresh support targeted towards him. Lu Mao's got so many pocket picks that he can pull out, but the main one already taken away. There you go, double support ban here.
I imagine it's going to be Tam or Braum. They would be the two I'd look at. More than likely going to be the Braum, I feel, just because it works so well against shutting down the bullet time coming through from the Misfortune.
All right.
But, okay.
Leona works as well.
Okay, I think if I'm over on JDG side, I'd take away the Braum here. I think you just go, oh, hang on. Okay, you might be calling it then. Could be the set support, or could be a mid lane pick for Yagao. Yagao, I think, has played the set. I'm looking. No, we have seen set mid, not from Yagao so far.
I told you, though, both of these top laners are GP lovers. And the thing is, this throws a spanner into the works because Zoom picked this out in game 1. He looked dominating on it. And if you're going to pick this Rise, well, I mean, into this comp, I actually think this is a lot better.
Could see. Okay, so this is where I was looking at maybe we see a bit of flexibility because Doinby has played the Mordekaiser mid. Wasn't sure if Yagao had been keeping his eyes on that pick, but it's going to be the LeBlanc instead. So this is Yagao's pick. He is 8-0 on this champion with a 29 KDA.
I mean, it's 30, Dagda. It's 30 KDA, even worse. Yagao on this pick, undefeated, untested. Going into Doinby here when Yagao's had such a strong series, this is a JDG comp with the set going down to the bottom lane. Yes, it's different, but JDG, their ability to brawl with this one, hits that mosh pit level again.
So what we're going to be looking from JDG is for Kanavi to set up this top lane a little bit easier in their favor. We saw how heavily Gangplank favored that matchup is between Mordekaiser. Then when we start to go towards these brawls in the later stages of the game, you're going to be looking again for this big set ultimate to try and set them up, a great engage coming through with the face breaker, seeing if even Zoom can get in on a side lane to get in onto a flank position with a lot of damage coming through from the Aphelios on the bottom side. It's a lot of moving parts though for JDG. It's not as easy as we usually see their compositions, which is set, Ornn, fly at them, just kill them coming through from Zoom. So I'm curious to see now how they'll operate in a bit of a different scenario than we usually see.
That's true. I'm not worried about the ease of execution on their comp. So the way JDG have been playing has been so well coordinated that I'm saying going into this third game, people should look to them as the favorites because at this point, they're showing up against the world champions. It is going to be FPX fighting back for the reverse sweep to stay in playoffs, to make their name imprinted into the league once again and get to the finals. Top Esports are waiting. They're watching this series saying, who's it gonna be? The fans behind them, the beast getting spanked as we enter Summoner's Rift. A 2-0 start from JDG is not what we expected, but it's what we got, and we like what we see from Jingdong Gaming, while FPX are now trying something new to bring it back into contention. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for Game 3.
It's not that new is my issue with it though. Still 1-3-1 side lane split push. Still got, okay, LWX, yes, going towards this Misfortune, but Doinby will be able to get the push pressure in this mid lane, which I think is kind of the bigger factor here, where Yagao doesn't have the same wave clear as Doinby does. So maybe now we get FPX going for these aggressive dives on the side lane.
Sir, Tien is lucky he did not get stopped in his back there. There were 3 people, and that would have just been first blood and possibly the biggest advantage for JDG here in this early game. So I was just a bit shocked at that. But now that we've got Tien moving up with a normal start towards blue, note that the ward that almost cost him his life is on the red buff to track where Kanavi goes. As there was a bit of a brawl early game, in fact. Actually a flash burn, by Lumao, who's obviously gone for the Omnistone support.
So we do see the Omnistone support come out quite a bit when you lock in that set. Gives you access to the Hextech Flash, also gives you access to the Nimbus Cloak.
Okay, Dredgeline, Base Breaker comes through, and Lumao doesn't really have a Keystone after using the Fleet Footwork, but now he's got himself a bit of a phase rush, but that was not a good trade.
Well, this is the thing about taking this Omnistone is that you don't get access to that Aftershock as often. So in these aggressive trades where Crisp is able to proc his own Aftershock, get the bone plating, in support versus support health, it will be the Nautilus who comes out on top.
FPX's bottom lane hits 2 first. JDG have to back away. Now, Omnistone here in the LPL has been the go-to for the supports. It's actually the only rune we see anymore on set support. And I know, Dagda, you've been talking about the Hex Flash in the previous days. Also, Nimbus Cloak's a bit OP, isn't it?
Yeah, it works super well for him, and it is a very much a lane-focused style of build coming through from the set, where you want to try and get this rolling. But as you can see, you need to get on towards LWX in this situation. Otherwise, the trade can be turned by LWX and Crisp.
Meanwhile, we look towards Yagao because Tian's coming in. Pillar is available. You saw that Kanavi is actually behind him. Pillar to get the slow. FPX are moving into this choke. Kanavi looking for Doinby here with the Sonic Wave, but doesn't throw it out in the end. Back to the camp, back to farming, and junglers back to their business.
It's because it was called Crisp was roaming up, and this has been a classic from Crisp, is getting these early roams off. Level 2 on the Nautilus, trying to get in towards the mid lane.
But we're looking top again, Dagda. You know why? Because there's a bit of action. But you talk about roaming, and suddenly I'm back mid. Okay, never mind.
We're looking like a bit of an Old Spice ad here. Back to mid, back to top, back to me.
Back to the jungle, back to the steal from Kanavi. He picks up the red buff, and Tien has to back away. So nice little takeaway there from the Lee set.
So Kanavi, this time falling behind when it comes to jungle camps being stolen. Yagao not able to get across to help out. Gimgoon is controlling this top lane pace, which is why Tien is comfortable to invade on the top side of the map. And you can see now Doinby hits the level 4. The trades are going to go in favor of Doinby here, plus the push advantage. So we will see if FPX now can enact their control in the early game.
Isn't it fun? Because it's the old mid laner versus the new, but down in the bottom lane, we've got support versus support matchup. But Loken's going to be backing away, but now Crisp is in such a dangerous position. He has Flash. He gets denied here with the Face Breaker. He's going to have to burn it, or rather not, because here comes Tien. 3 versus 3. Dredgeline connects. That's the weak support. He has the Haymaker. He gets the shield, but the re-engage is there. The heal doesn't keep him alive. First blood to Fun Plus Phoenix this time.
And that's why JDG had started to roam away. They knew that they had too many members on FPX moving. Doinby had started to leave that mid lane. Tian was waiting in the wings. And FPX do get off to the start that they wanted finally in this series.
The kill over to LWX is massive as well here. Stays in lane, able to shove it out. And so that early gold lead justified here for FPX in Game 3.
So what FPX would be looking to do is trying to run off the pressure of the 4-man unit, with Gimgoon staying in the side lane to farm up. So when we get to these objectives, it'll be on LWX and Doinby to churn out this damage with Crisp and Tien, providing that front line for LWX's bullet time.
We haven't talked much about top lane, but this is the same matchup we saw Game 1, just in reverse of players. Gimgoon also is a big GP lover, but Zoom is the best GP in the league, if not the world. It just hasn't been tested on that international stage. But the matchup going like we saw it in Game 1, big CS lead here for Gimgoon in the early laning phase.
Crisp roaming a lot, though, means that he's starting to fall behind in levels. Trying to set up Doinby here and make it easier for him to push out this wave because he's falling behind on CS. Lumao spots that, though, and now he wants to keep it in check.
I guess the camera's like, oh, Kanavi's low. Let's have a look and see what he's doing. He'll be fine, though, but Predator on Lumao. I mean, this is what he takes on his Bard when he's down the bottom lane, so he loves this summoner. Probably happy he could get it for now. Sorry, Vroon. Excuse me, but Dagda, I want to bring you back to a bit of story, because remember what I started at the start of game, excuse me. Yagao came into this roster 2018 spring. Doinby left at the end of 2017. It is the old versus the new of JDG mid laners, and Yagao on this LeBlanc, this is his iconic champion, while Doinby's is the rise. So they're pulling out all the stops here in Game 3.
And it has to be done. This is potentially FPX dropping out of contention. I mean, in the semi-finals as well, it would be a repeat of that 2019 spring that we had only 1 year later.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a 3-2, right? It would be a 3-0, but with an early gold lead like this, talk about FPX in the driver's seat at the moment, because that's what it is. 10 CS lead down the bottom side, and Tien is hovering around this mid lane, giving safety to Doinby in this laning phase. He's keeping up with CS. He's already got the tier, and now enabled to go towards the bottom side, which we know from FPX has been their identity in the past.
You can go for these heavy dives here as well. Yes, Lumao will be difficult to take down, but Loken, not so much, especially when Chris can land a hook on towards the AD carry. Yeah. Kanavi's up top side. There's nobody to help out if you see this dive come through. Yes, you have FPX turning over towards the Dragon, but I think Loken and Lumao, having no vision on where the members of FPX are, should be backing away.
We're just watching the blue buff getting traded across by Kanavi meanwhile. Also note that Gimgoon with the ult beat, it's never really the amount of members you see on your screen. It is going to be FPX with the first Dragon of the game. Bit of cooldown reduction, Infernal soon to come, and are you ready Loken and Lumao against Tara, but it's not happening here, Dagda.
Loken and Lumao are actually playing this pretty greedily. Because you've got no teleport on Zoom, you've got a cannon barrage on Gimgoon, Doinby has been missing for the longest of times on this bottom side river. That was incredibly risky for Loken and Lumao to stay and try and pick up this farm.
And they'll say, doesn't matter, we made it. Because at the end of the day, they did. Receiving the wave at the turret, as you mentioned. But still, I'm pretty concerned just for the laning phase itself. Not outside of the global play. Because 72 CS with a misfortune has just gone back for Berserker Greaves.
And that's the reward that JDG will get from playing this very greedily. They can shove in, have Lumao start to roam, Loken will be able to back here or just run straight towards that Rift Herald while having the push advantage. You can see LWX has to go down and collect this wave, so now you've got man advantage for that Rift Herald.
Ooh, flash away, especially by himself at the moment. That's how LWX has to play it, while Crisp is going to help shove out this mid wave. Both these supports been roaming spectacularly here through this series.
One kill onto LWX and also having that bullet time available. FPX, if they want to look towards this Rift Herald, would love to have this misfortune start to roam now. Fortunately though, hasn't actually made a move, so JDG are getting control back around this Rift Herald pit, which is super important for them, especially when Yagao is going to be looking to make these picks and poke and prod at FPX before that fight actually kicks off.
Lost Chapter, a meaningful buy from him as well with the blue buff in hand. Means also he'll be able to shove this out pretty damn quickly, and then JDG walking towards the pit, going to be spotted out by a control ward. You can see FPX actually not making any moves. They don't care. They're just going to let this one go.
And this is something FPX have been doing a lot, and I'm not a fan of it, is giving over these objectives where they actually have the opportunity to fight.
Maybe not.
Now LWX is scuttling his way through the river, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, I was about to say, it does feel like it's a bit too late. FPX, however, with the Realm Warp, make it not so. Only at 1k, they're going to run in anyway. hit, stolen away, never mind Dagda. It ain't late till that Rift Herald goes down, and it goes down to Tien.
Kanavi and Lumao were fumbling around with it. They didn't try and burst it, again, not knowing where FPX was.
Over the wall, though, you can see Doomby's going to walk on forward. Chain not going to connect from Yagao. And with Rift Herald now in hand, FPX, the driver's seat here in this third game, is definitely up to them.
I'd love to see FPX use this towards the top side as well. Just start to accelerate Gimgoon. See he's working up towards his Triforce, and if you can get that top lane turret down in favor of Gimgoon, then start to rotate around the map and use the pressure that Gimgoon has to just massively accelerate on the side lane and cause issues for JDG.
I was just thinking, sorry Dagda, I had a moment
Don't
where
hurt
I thought about 2019. Do you remember that Yagao's worst champion was Ryze? Remember he was 0 and 11 on it in 2019? Like, it was a horrible win rate. Going up against it here in Doomby, I was just kind of mesmerized for a bit thinking, Yagao's Ryze did not look this good last year. Now going up against Doomby, LeBlanc, he's actually ahead by 10 CS here in the mid lane. So keep an eye on that matchup there, because we have been talking a lot about the other lanes. Also note that Gimgoon is down in CS, and he just lost a plate.
This is not the way this matchup is supposed to be going, and I mean, if we're looking at who owns the crown of the Gangplank champion, I'd definitely be giving it to Zoom so far. He's had the far bigger impact on this, and this is why trying to accelerate this Gangplank could definitely help out if we're talking Rift Herald positioning, just because Gimgoon hasn't been able to get the same control as Zoom did. Even with the Grasp of the Undying procs being able to push in, more activity towards the top side has meant Gimgoon hasn't been able to put as much pressure towards Zoom as we saw in that game number 1.
I mean, that Rift Herald play seems to be causing the discrepancy that he's currently at, right? He's going to be backing now as well. Sheen already in hand, so expecting, the 3 components here is hello Tien, the flash, denied! But the face breaker doesn't make it so, it's a showstopper. I don't think Lumao wanted to bring him back in as the TP comes through from Doinby. It's 3 versus 3, but we've got the cannon barrage in the middle, and Lumao now gets rooted down. In front goes Chris. I guess it works out because Loken is now going to get knocked up with the bullet time as well. Chris with the 5-head play almost gets more for FPX.
And Yagao can't roam because Tien is pushing in this mid lane. He's forced to stay under tower, and now we can get to see this play happen from FPX. This is what we talked about. Enable Doinby in the mid lane to enable the map for FPX.
And give a build big W LWX, if my words could be concrete enough, as this turret going to be first of the game here. And FPX ahead for what seems like the first time in a concrete balance hit in this series.
And it's not like we've got this scaling comp versus a mid-game comp really for FPX versus JDG. You've got LWX, yes, who will start to fall behind to Loken, but you'll have Gimgoon who will take over in the top side of the map. Doinby will start to have more pressure in these team fights than Yigao. So we've still got to be very careful on both sides. As you said at the start, Hysterics, it'll come down to execution of both these comps. And right now, FPX are giving themselves that edge with the gold lead.
Curious if JDG are going to start this one, though, because Dragon's going to get pulled out. Tien is still here. Dragon going down pretty quickly. He's going to walk at this one. They're going to take the 50-50, and they lost it. What a surprise. Tien gets pulled on in, but he's rooted down with Gravitum, and he'll die in the end as well. TP comes in through from Gimgoon, and Doomby walks in as well. Zoom on the back of this fight. The kick onto Chris sends him into the oblivion. 2 kills for JDG at the cost of losing the Dragon.
You'd be happy with that for JDG. You just wanted a bit of gold going back in your favor. And now, with all the members who have grouped up on this bottom side, they can move towards mid, try and get something for themselves. But when you've only got a couple of seconds remaining on towards these turret platings, I don't think they'll be able to get any more gold out of this play.
It's all LWX just pushing the bottom wave, which doesn't have a turret anyway, and leaving that wave to go on its way. As you mentioned, turret plating disappearing. I've got some other timers we're going to start looking at with the Herald about 3 minutes away. TP actually used here by Zoom to get back up in the top wave. Kimgoon almost gets pulled in. But Trinity Force and Protobelt now picked up for both these top laners. And Orange going to be used to be healed up here. So we're at a point in the game where these first items are coming across. And now we have FPX with 2 Dragons under their belt and an Ocean Salt for a machine gun rifle.
So this is where JDG will need to start setting up a little bit earlier for these objectives. We haven't seen Yigao having the impact we were hoping for him as much on this LeBlanc before the fights kick off. Yigao's been doing a great job throughout the split of picking off members of the enemy team right as these objectives are about to spawn, but without the vision control for JDG, they haven't quite been able to get that set up for you.
It also feels like Chris roaming to the mid lane a couple of times, Tien shadowing as well, has been a core factor as the flash away. We speak of the devil here. Zoom now stuck under turret, but 3 people sitting with FPX.
He has the Death Realm though, so he can clear out this wave really effectively. Doesn't have the Hexprotect Protobelt, but can still one more obliterate this one. And now you can't push in his FPX, because who starts off this? Is it Crisp? No, because he'll end up going down in the Death Realm to Zoom, and then you don't have enough damage as Tien or LWX to finish off the rest.
Tien's
if he
like,
leaves
come
the
on,
tower though.
Death Realm in, let's go. Who's he going to use it on? It seems Tien in the end of the day. The bullet time doesn't work out. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Doomby is realm warped up here. Meanwhile, Zoom is going to get a nice surprise when he comes out of the Death Realm. Tien almost goes down, but it is Doomby's kill at the end of the day. While JDG hold control bot, FPX commit top.
But JDG are pushing in bot, they're pushing in mid as well. Loken trying to hammer down that turret against Gimgoon. Decent wave clear from the Gangplank. Should be able to get this one away. Although Cannon Barrage is gone, so it will be a trade of 2 towers for 1.
Yeah, I believe he used it on the bottom lane turret, so there we go. JDG trading the big numbers here in Game 3.
And this is where we've seen the evolution of JDG from 2019 to 2020, is having more control on these side lanes, on these waves. So even when they get in situations like this, oftentimes they are trading up like we've just seen. That gold lead for FPX is very quickly starting to lessen. Only 200 gold between the teams.
It's cleaning up the shot calling. It's with Kanavi coming in. What did you call him? Special sauce.
The special sauce for dumplings.
Yeah. Because the Dumpling Brothers are always situated here. Loken comes in as well, fixed up the bottom lane, but Kanavi over Flawless has been the best decision of a lifetime. JDG, although we're complimenting here in this game, they're still going to be losing another Herald. FPX have played this game better than their last 2 by far. Being more competitive here in the early game, have a great to lead, and can really push it forward here with the Rift Herald number 2. Now in the back pocket.
And finally, we're seeing the style that made FPX world champions. Getting control of this early game, pushing through side lanes, enabling a lot through bot, as you said, and now they've got another Rift Herald which they can use to crack open this mid lane turret. And as JDG, actually, they're invading real deep here to try and get onto Doinby.
He's going to walk into this blind as well. Peekaboo! World champion mid laner. Who cares?
And this is how Yigao plays this LeBlanc. Getting the picks early, setting up JDG for their man advantages, and now they can start to aggress towards this bottom side. The issue though is too many people pushing on this bottom lane will give FPX that Rift Herald play in the mid.
And that's a big pick for Yigao, right? That's a big pick. Puts JDG in a pretty comfortable position to receive these waves. Get some of that deeper vision around the Ocean Dragon coming up next.
And look at the pressure JDG are being able to create now. Even though you would expect that FPX with a Gangplank and a Rise would be the ones controlling side lanes, JDG are doing a good job of answering for that threat and setting up, as you said, for the likes of this Dragon in just a few moments. Vision control is a lot better for them, so keep your eyes on Yagao, who needs to back fairly quickly, or actually I think he's picking up the blue buff now to give him the mana for this fight that's about to start.
As you say, there it is in his back pocket. Level 12 here for Yagao. Doomby is level 11. 10 up towards the top side now. He could just be ignoring Dragon completely to get this inner turret instead. He's actually going to back as I say that.
You want to try and use it to crack open this mid lane turret instead. That's the one thing that's stopping FPX from getting full control of this top and bottom side jungles. But with that late back, they hand over the Dragon to JDG. Now, it's not really an issue for FPX. It's only the first Dragon of the game for JDG. It's more about making sure that JDG can't compound this issue and get more Dragons at the later stages.
And you've got Oceans building up. Again, JDG are also a team that with Ocean Soul on the horizon, that's a very dangerous imbalance that you do not want to play with, especially when you have a Felios on your team and a Mordekaiser who no doubt is heading towards his second item in the Leanders.
Look at how much gold Yagao is getting stacked into him, though. He's consistently in these side lanes. Now a 30 CS lead over Doimby, who should be the one in the side lane with the teleport, but it's Yagao who's doing a great job of finding these openings to get more gold, more experience into him, and he's now got a 2-level lead over LWX, working towards a second item. LWX needs to be so careful as to how he posts up with this bullet time in fights, because Yagao could be around any corner.
We look towards Yagao as one of the best LeBlancs here in the LPL. If you haven't watched JDG before, you've seen Yagao like over previous years. You might have missed out on the 2019 Spring, as Chris was missing out on his life there. Loken is pushing up here with the rest of JDG grouping up. Looking towards time as there is Baron available in 15 seconds with Yagao off the side lane.
Yagao stealing away the blue buff as well, so now he's got even more pressure on these side lanes, but actually looking for Gimgoon.
Getting stalked here by the LeBlanc. It's again another peekaboo. The orange is available. Barrel going to be put on down. Yagao jumps on in. Double distortion here, but the minions doing a bit of dirty work as well. Both at half health. Gimgoon a little bit lower. Almost a solo kill, but now they know LeBlanc's top. As Zoom is going to be looking for Doomby here in a 1 versus 1. Death Realm around the side. Now at this point, Doomby is going to try and realm off to the other side. As out of the Death Realm, he's now, where the heck is he?
He's running rings around him. Didn't take the
He
warp.
didn't take it, did he?
No. So now JDG will all collapse onto this bottom side to try and keep Zoom safe. But
this is why you don't toggle vision. We got to see it at all times.
The issue here, though, is Gimgoon used the teleport to get towards that bottom side. Rift Heart in the mid lane, though. There is the opportunity for JDG to try and clear this out.
Okay, all members of FPX, though, grouping up mid. Yagao here on a flank. Look at where Gimgoon is, though. He's starting to group. Rift Herald not going to be getting a second charge here, but the engage from Chris while Gimgoon getting spotted out. Yagao for the 1 versus 1. He says rematch, round 2, and it's my time to take it.
Now, though, JDG trying to clear out these waves, push forward once again. Now you've got Zoom uncontested in this bottom lane, shoving in. JDG pushing forward, getting vision around this Baron off of just that one pick.
I mean, again, it's another pick comes through from, this time, only Yagao. As we finally get to see this one again.
So this is where the call is always in Doimby's favor. Do I take the Realm Warp or do I not? So, oh, actually.
Oh, because it's in the Death Realm?
Maybe he doesn't take that. Looked.
What?
What?
That's funky.
So I thought he'd actually walked out of it.
That's why I was like, hang on, where is he? That is funky. As Doomby is probably really happy about that one. I think Zoom would be pissed off. As Yagao's going to be running away. The cannon barrage used again. Yagao low. And now Doomby with the pressure of this GP in a side lane starting to really ramp up.
The problem here, though, is Gimgoon now has no cannon barrage, now has no teleport, whereas Zoom does. So with Yagao backing and re-entering onto the map, JDG have got full map pressure to try and use for Zoom on a side lane, but JDG has not opted to use this. Instead, Zoom playing towards the top side, playing towards this back.
So Dagger, we're at a point where gold is just about even. JDG have fought back well from the early game shenanigans that FPX built this game on. I was going to ask you a question, but I'm going to stop because Showstopper comes on in. Kanavi with the kickback onto the 80 carry, and that face breaker from Lumao does exactly that. A good bullet time, but the Aphelios ulti burns everyone. Yagao comes in for the mighty flank. Gimgoon setting up his barrels here, but never mind that. They need to get out into the Realm Warp, escape. FPX cannot run into JDG.
But JDG can run in towards Baron now. That was a fantastic play. The kick from Kanavi for the flash face breaker from Lumao. That was, oh
sick.
My God, that was sick.
But now we're in front of the Baron. As you mentioned, a ward is here, so FPX need to contest. This Baron will push ahead. JDG as Yagao is the person off to the side. Tien looking for an angle in this one as well, but with Aphelios, they do this quick. FPX need to get in it now. Tien at 2k needs to go in the back of the pit looking for the steal. Baron is stopped for now. This one comes through, but it's secured by JDG. First kill of the fight as well. Second kill of the fight. Over to this Mordekaiser.
Loken!
The third with Loken. Ninja Gaiden back here in League of Legends again.
The triple kill for Loken, the Baron for JDG, and suddenly the gold lead swings in favor of the upstarts. JDG looking to take down the world champions in Game 3.
That's a big swing, Dagda. 4K, Ocean Soul on the horizon. Yes, it's a couple of dragons' time, but you just aced FPX, and you're running at mid with this Aphelios.
You're getting a mid lane turret, you're getting a top lane turret, you're getting a dragon. Look at this gold just exponentially rise for JDG. And when we look at the execution was what we put out before this. How do FPX play through side lanes? How do JDG get picks with Yagao, but not pointing out Kanavi? Because that play to start things off was amazing. He gets the pullback from FPX. He gets the Baron in the 50-50. And from this point on, Zoom in the midst of everyone is massive.
Look at Loken flash forward here, man. Holy. This game, this series is JDG's for the taking. I came into today expecting this to be close, but JDG have shown us there is no way that FPX stand a chance here against this second seed who are poised to strike and make their way into the grand final against Top Esports.
You come into the mosh pit against JDG and they'll beat you every time with experience. FPX are not able to fight in these scenarios because Tien flashing over the pit to try and get the steal separates him from the team. Doinby and Gimgoon don't have the damage right now. I mean, look at Gimgoon's items. Compared to where we were in the game number 1 with Zoom, he's only got an Essence Reaver and Triforce.
Funny that you use the word experience there, Dagda, because FPX are the ones who have experience here. They've got the world stage experience. They've got a synergy in the bottom lane that is extended now for 5 years. Doinby's been in the LPL for a little bit longer than that as well, starting on QG Reapers. JDG don't care. The new mid laner from JDG, Yagao, is performing so much better here than the world champion super carry Doinby. And now, turrets dropping like flies here across the map. 6k gold lead. This Baron buff has done its job.
And remember, for JDG, 3rd in Summer 2018 where they lost to Rogue Warriors in the playoffs. 2nd in Spring 2019 where they lost to IG once again. Now though, they are looking to push themselves into the finals and finally try and make it to that international stage.
And in our marquee matchup, the Mordekaiser has shown as AKA Zoom that he can play both ends of this matchup nicely. As we look towards Yagao on a side lane, we look at Zoom in another. Baron buff is going to stop, but Tien almost gets stopped in his trap. Here comes the Realm Warp though. Yagao jumps back in and ignites. What a big ballsy play. Will he die because of it? I don't know. The damage on top of Gimgoon. The clone absorbing the turret. He's running away. His team saves him. Yagao is the best mid laner in this series by far. The bullet time comes through. The fight continues here. JDG under turret, the showstopper. They want to end it right here. But is this presumptuous? I think so. Lumao a bit too far forward. They felt the heat. And JDG overstep.
And JDG get burned. They get the amazing play from Yagao, who's making a point of best LeBlanc in the world in this game. But unfortunately, they go too far. You have the dive come in from Zoom. He's not tanky enough to try and survive all that turret damage. You also have Lumao, who's gone so far forward that you can't have this Aphelios close the distance. Loken is trying to catch up with the play, and as a result, FPX turn it back around.
The magic belongs to Yigal. Watch this beauty again.
So well played by Yigal, and Tien being disrespectful here. The double distortion comes back with the ignite, and even here, Gimgoon, I wasn't certain that he was going to win that either, especially when he ended up getting the parlay onto Yigal rather than the barrel. I wasn't certain Yigal wasn't just going to turn around for the double.
Tien cut that replay a little bit short. He said, oh, we don't need to see anymore. I know what happened here. 3-0 and 4 here on the LeBlanc. 3 items strong here for Yigal. He has never lost on this champion. 8 games in the regular season, 30 KDA. He's building on this. He's looking for number 9. He's looking to beat Doomby at Rise, his best champion, that no one else is willing to play at the moment. It is all JDG all the time here. Now, granted, they made a mistake in base, but the third Ocean's coming up. JDG hold control, and a Baron in less than a minute as well to look to decide this series.
So even though JDG make the play, don't forget they don't get the structures in the base of FPX.
Well, hang on, Dagger. We're going to have to wait because Yigal poking his head over the wall. Flash forward. Chris goes to the engage. Actually finds the 80 carry. Bullet time as well. Beautiful before Loken goes golden. But the 80 carry is so damn low. They finally find him. FPX with the numbers advantage until in comes the solo lanes. Gimgoon running against Lumao, and in the Death Realm, Doomby, Zoom, go head-to-head, and FPX finally fight back.
Kanavi, though, looking to try and get onto Doimby.
He was close enough. Here comes the Realm Warp to get out of harm's way. Forward they go. Death timers massive here for JDG.
There's a lot of damage that can come down from this squad as well. FPX could look to just close this one out.
No way. I mean, this team was about to lose the series. Narrative aside, FPX, they say let's go.
How many times have we said you can only make one mistake against FPX though?
Going golden, trying to delay time. Loom out in front of the turret as well. FPX find the support. Kanavi goes in for the kick, and he dies as well. The flag is raised. The series not over. FPX make one fight a reality as Loken looking to come in. Low health bars. Season 10 gets one. The other, the ultimate comes through. Loken's hitting them. The Nexus exposed. Oh my god! This champion is ridiculous.
Are you for real? JDG hold on by the skin of their teeth. Now the long death timers are on the side of FPX. Baron is available. JDG can look to take us.
I mean, the death timers were massive. That game should have been over.
There's no wards even for FPX. There's no way for them to try and sneak into the base. JDG have managed to hold us.
Somehow, some way. We were talking up JDG. This fight was all FPX.
This fight was all Chris.
Yeah.
Finding that flash hook onto Loken was the decider for this fight. No damage from the Aphelios. LeBlanc does not have enough damage to carry these fights, even with Zoom trying to get onto the back line. And FPX finally found their fight, but can't finish it off.
Nexus exposed, control ward placed down, no backdoor shenanigans. But FPX can win fights. They can, if they kill Loken. If Loken dies, FPX continue here in the series. If not, 3-0 on the line.
This is the fight that she wants to talk about, but Loken manages to get a lot of those chakrams off very quickly, which sets this up. So when you get that Q coming through from the Calibrum, the sniper is able to shut down Doimby off with just one shot.
It's always me. I always cast Aphelios. It's
you
always
want a hook,
me.
is it okay? You're okay. The bad man can't hurt you if you ban him away.
He's got 4 items.
That.
Now, I know he's fed, but Loken is beyond fed. He's massive. 350 CS at 31 minutes here. There is an Ocean Soul in 4 minutes. Baron was secured. And right now, JDG on the defense, waiting for that inhibitor to respawn. And FPX know it.
Yigal doing a good job here, though, of looking to clear out the vision from JDG. Knows about that control ward in the river brush, so looking to just see if he can get the flank off. But FPX keeping themselves in check, moving around the space. So, well, Yigal can't get onto them, but Gimgoon nearly gives it to him.
I mean, that's another point, right? If Yigal finds a pick, then FPX are going to lose those numbers. And that's another threat here. But Doomby in a side lane, meanwhile, going to get the shove up here. Ping's still down. Super's pushing in, and they're gone in an instant.
So Doinby trying to use his split push pressure now. He said how heavily this team could work in side lanes. Haven't seen it come to fruition just yet, but at least now with the teleport advantage, Doinby getting down pressure in the bottom side of the map can now look to rotate top and try and crack a few of these tier 2 towers.
Pings are going down from FPX on our way towards the Nexus. I don't know what that means. That's a pretty hard push.
But do you have to push? This is the thing, don't forget, there's realm warps available for Doinby. They could, with the pressure that they're getting on these side lanes, shoving in the waves, they can look to realm warp into the base. The issue though is, every second they're using on these side waves, their inhibitor has an opportunity to respawn. So they need to try and make this play fast, and I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to try and do so. But again, see the pings.
I have to apologize to our audience. I really thought that JDG held the driver's seat. That last fight from FPX made me really reconsider how this game's going to go, and we're at a point now. Super still channeling through the mid lane. That inhibitor not up yet.
Loken does have his flash coming back up, which is the crucial part of this entire thing. If he can, the likes of Chris getting onto him, or maybe Doinby on a side flank, well then he should be able to dish out the damage that you just saw at that Nexus fight.
Let's see the balance of power between these two teams. FPX are fighting for everything on the line. Gimbyun in the side wave here yet again. Zoom takes no damage. He's at that point in the game. FPX are grouping. You talked about the Realm Warp, Dagda.
Inhibitor nearly about to respawn though. They're better off just going for these turrets. Play it by the book. They will look towards this bottom lane tower, and at least that will again give FPX more control in this game, putting pressure across the board. FPX fighting as the world champions to keep themselves in this semi-finals.
Oh man, you can see how defensive JDG are. They don't care about that inner turret. They just want this game to stay alive and to complete in their favor. Inhibitor now up, so Nexus is invulnerable. The back door works for Inhibitor, but then it's going to need a lot more time here. So Doinby back to a side wave. Note that Ocean Soul's up in a minute 10. Baron in 2 minutes. That's what we're playing for.
And I want to see JDG playing towards that vision that we talked about, getting control of this objective to set up for Yagao. FPX have already done a great job of getting vision on the way back out that now needs to be addressed by JDG, or else you can have Gimgoon with this deep flank, or even Doinby with this deep flank.
FPX are moving as a unit, looking here. Yagao has to disappear. They knew that Yagao was off somewhere, looking for the pick that ends the game.
That's how you deal with this LeBlanc. It's as a stacked unit moving in, so Yagao can't find the opportunity for that pick.
Okay, Baron not going to trigger onto Loken. Yagao behind once again.
And don't forget, if Yagao gets a kill here with the death timers, there's no way that you'll be able to fight for either the Dragon or, in a couple of seconds, for the Baron as well.
JDG are holding position towards the Dragon area. At this point, the Soul, Ocean Soul, to lose with that is near impossible, as we've seen in games, especially with this Aphelios. So, Yagao here, sitting on a bit of a ward outside of the pit. Maybe not. Dredgeline not going to connect. The fight's going to begin. Lumao in back with the face breaker again, but into the back. Tien tries to get this AD carry. Loken is helping for now. The True Shot Barrage comes through, and again, JDG trying to push forward, but they're getting burst down by FPX.
Look at Loken.
Trying to look for Tien as well. You talk about Loken. He's run forward. Aphelios onto Doinby, and JDG just like that might have the series.
The white flag goes up as the emote. JDG have the opportunity. They're breaking open the base.
And this time it's real. Who's back to stop this one? FPX don't have Aphelios. There's no way. And JDG, throughout all, were expected to be the underdogs against the world champions. But they shine, they rise in front of the Phoenix, and JDG will 3-0 the 2019 world champions to make it into the final and face off against Top Esports.
JDG, in such a commanding fashion, power through the world champions. They find the 3-0 and now will put themselves against Top Esports, crowning a brand new champion in the LPL.
One last fight. That game held onto by Loken. Loken came out massive there. And I can't believe we're staring down the barrel of a new champion. A brand new LPL champion with JDG making it into the finals against Top Esports. Both those teams have not won a domestic title before. And we're going to have a brand new crown holder. after May 2nd.
And JDG played this so incredibly well. They set themselves up a little bit hastily in the early game where FPX were starting to make moves around the map, but JDG looked to answer back. They traded up when it came to those turrets, getting one in mid, getting another in bot, while there was only the top lane turret going down for FPX. And when they started to get into crunch time, Yagao started to shine, getting these picks, picking off the low health bars of FPX. And finally, Loken, holy mother of God, he went nuts in these fights.
He definitely did. And towards that last fight as well, confident to flash forward, right? And those last two fights took me off my guard. I stumbled on words because I'm going, what the heck is happening? Absolute chaos. But at the end of the day, FPX were beaten in 3-0 fashion. I was expecting maybe a 3-1, maybe a 3-2 between these two teams. Our first 3-0 is our most unexpected one.
But it speaks volumes to JDG's
Definitely
growth
does.
throughout the spring split. Now, 705 in the roster, yes, he was doing well, but it's Zoom who has been the mainstay for this team. His engages in these fights were fantastic. Alongside Lu Mao on this set, holy God, this guy getting into the mix, flashing forward, setting up those plays with Kanavi. That kick into the flash facebreaker was disgusting.
I mean, look, Loken might not have the most damage in the game, but he was still up there on JDG with Yagao off on the side. That swing in gold, that was how that third game erupted and how that game almost came towards a game 4. But JDG, at the end of the day, people will look at this and say the world champions got 3-0'd by the second seed.
And let's look at this across the board, because we highlighted Zoom. This guy on the opposite side of the matchup that he won so heavily in game number 1, strove out in front and actually managed to take over that matchup. We look at Yagao against Doinby, who Doinby opting for this rise. I thought he'd be able to take over this lane, but Yagao, when we got to the midpoint, was the one with far greater impact. And Loken and Lu Mao controlling that bottom side of the map and then coming into the team fights in their own. And even though Kanavi didn't have the same impact in the early game, when we again got towards the mid game, when we got towards team fights where they had to stand up to fight back against FPX's gold lead, they were able to do so.
I mean, this is the team that is looking poised to take it all against top esports. We've now got a final with two teams that have really risen against the favorites. IG, FPX first and third seed have been defeated.
They are undefeated with their new rosters.
They are.
Top Esports has dropped a few games, but they have not lost a series with Jackie Love and the team. Now we've got JD Gaming, who've not lost a single game with Zoom in. They are 19-0 off of this game with Zoom in the roster. That is insane. But one of these teams will have to break that streak to be crowned world champion.
Bring it back to this series, if we're just talking about Zoom versus Gimgoon, that series was all about Zoom. Our marquee matchup in the top lane was all about Zoom. If we talk mid lane, it was all about Yagao. Jungle, all about Kanavi. The bottom lane of LWX and Crisp had moments, but Lumao and Loken were the better lane. So throughout it all roles really outbalanced FPX within performance within that series.
And look what you're saying. You're saying Loken was the better laner against LWX and Crisp. This was what we had issues with when Loken was in top esports, was his laning phase. But Lu Mao and Loken together, reunited on this roster, have been able to shore up so many of those issues that we saw.
Yep.
And then you look towards Zoom. Like, look, people will say the Shy is the best top laner. I'm all on the Zoom hype train. I think Zoom is by far the best top laner and the most consistent.
What we said last year was, even though the Shy was pulling out great players, if there was a second, it was Zoom, right? And unfortunately, Zoom didn't play enough to put him on that all LPL team roster. Gimgoon went on there, instead, and you're like, on the second or third roster, refresh my memory. But Zoom should be on there. Zoom is a top 2 top laner in the LPL. I'd easily say you want to put him first. With IG out, go for it. Because at this point, no one's stopping you. He's going to be going up against 369. And in that final series, they're going to define who the best top laner of 2020 Spring is, by far, because both have had individual talents. And Zoom within this series played the GP matchup into Mordekaiser, smashed it. Played the Mordekaiser matchup into GP, smashed that one as well. Zoom is a gifted top laner who's finally back in form.
And just look at the rosters that we have. Look how stacked these two teams are. You've got 369 versus Zoom. You've got Kanavi versus Karsa, Knight versus Yagao. You've got such a strong bottom lane for both these teams. Like, how the hell do you try and pick a favorite here. I can't even get my words out.
But at least this series, like coming back here, FPX now have to play the third place match, right? That's what it's going to come up to look for most championship points. Remember that here in Spring, we still give out championship points towards Worlds. They have been reduced from last year, so championships not giving as much as it used to, but it's still important because we have regional finals, and top 3 teams make it into regional finals based on points. Spring defines a lot of teams, and third place is still going to be important for either IG or FPX. The original final we thought we were going to have here in Spring is now reduced to a third place.
And that is just an astounding feat in and of itself. But when we do look at that, I mean, FPX here showed just how many weaknesses that they have. Not being able to get off to that early game start really does hinder them. And against the top teams, like we see from JDG here today, even when they get that lead, they're not able to really snowball it as well as we expected. They didn't play through 1-3-1 to try and use their teleport advantages, start to get these objectives in their favor, like the Dragons, like the Rift Heralds. It really did feel like FPX just didn't know what to do when they got that.
We got up to a point where they came up against this man who's your MVP. You know it is Loken. He saved the game, made it a 3-0, and Loken smiling at FPX saying, you know what, close, but no cigar.
And it's fantastic to see Loken stepping up to the mark. I mean, look, he had a small stint in LCK, but after coming over from top to JDG, this guy has looked absolutely incredible.
We're having a look at the last couple of fights. I mean, this was the one that JDG initiated. And I thought, okay, maybe FPX can turn this. The damage going out, but Loken the whole time unchecked.
Look at this here. Just Doinby goes golden, and he's like, right, you can't DPS me. I'm flashing forward to kill Gimgoon, kill Doinby, and that's the confidence that JDG need from their AD carry. We pointed out Kanavi, we pointed out the Dumpling Brothers, but it's Loken in that final game who says, I deserve to be in that conversation with JDG's greatest.
Clean play from JDG, even the way that game ended. The fight ends up being a cleaner version of the result of the series. A 3-0 again to highlight for JDG. We're at a point now where I don't know what's going to happen.
We're in uncharted territory. We don't know. I mean, yes, this is JDG once again. Spring 2020 coming into the finals like they did in Spring 2019. Yep. But we've got top esports now.
Do it again.
Finally finding their success and getting to the finals.
They beat FPX again. I mean, FPX have never beaten JDG in a playoff setting, and once again that remains true. However, we now have to poise or push you forward into our final, into our third place match. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 29th, IG and FPX will face off to see who's going to be third and fourth here in the regular season of Spring. But on the 2nd of May, our grand final will be between Top Esports and JDG. We will have a brand new LPL champion here in Spring.
And we talked about this being one of the closest splits we've ever seen. How so many of our rosters have upgraded. The players themselves have taken on new, just incredible performances. And now we're seeing it come to fruition for both Top and JDG. The underdogs in many scenarios, but now picking up that slack, working with their squads and pushing them to the grand final.
Our first seed, our third seed's taken care of. We've got our fourth and second seed going head to head. And it's an incredible time to be alive. The LPL highlights here for you. The third and fourth place match will be coming up first as a reminder. For those championship points here against FPX and IG, that itself will be a good series. But then our finals will be right after that. The 2nd of May as a final reminder for you as well. So moving forward, I mean, JDG here look as clean as anything. And I think that this could be the best iteration of JDG we've ever seen. Even 2018 when they were trying to make that run through regionals, when they were shut down. Last year, shut down through first round of regionals again, but by IG. This is their year. They're starting it off here in Spring. And all it takes is this championship to suddenly start going, well, the best team in LPL is JDG.
Well, you started our prediction today with a question mark, and that's where we get left with, is what does this mean for the LPL? The great teams, the historic teams that have been in the LPL for so long, brushed aside by this new breed of champions that are coming in, and now we get to see who will be crowned in that scenario.
I mean, there's so many questions to ask because it is a new dynasty, right? That's what's coming down to for the side of JDG and Top Esports. A matchup that, again, is going to be really hard to pick. You know, you talked about all the players going head-to-head and how fun it's going to see Yagao versus Knight. So many matchups to highlight there. But quickly to sign off on FPX. This has not been as dominant this season in total. This has not been as clean, as crisp, to unfortunately use the word, as it was in 2019 throughout their whole year.
Well, this is the thing. It doesn't feel like FPX have leveled up in the same way as our other squads have.
Yep.
FPX are still trying to go for the same plays, but everyone's been there. We've played against it. Okay, we understand what to do now, and especially when the game is taking on such an accelerated pace with all these double Rift Heralds, more dragons, more important objectives at the early stages, it feels like FPX have just been not able to catch up and left in the dust.
That's where we have to leave them before we go to the third place match. A reminder to you all, 29th of April, that's in a couple of days. We'll be back with our third versus fourth in IG versus FPX. Our final on May 2nd is coming up, though, between JDG, who just 3-0'd FPX, and Top Esports, who took down IG in 3-1 fashion. Thank you to Dagda for joining me here today. Thank you to our whole production crew. My name is Asterix, and it has been a pleasure having you here. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you in third place match.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.